This conference will
6:33.
now be recorded.
Okay, it is now 6:33 on January the 14th, 1921, not 1921, 2021 in the city of Rome. We will now present and go forward with our meeting. We have others that may, well, we lost Carmen, I think. And I don't see Bill back.
What some people, I will say it's he just hit his mic. He just hit his camera. So sometimes when you hide your camera, it helps.
He returned. So here we go. Well, welcome to our first Rome City Council meeting of 2021. Hopefully this will be our last virtual meeting, but the governor has again allowed an exemption. Hopefully COVID will soon be under control, but in the meantime, wear your mask, maintain social distancing, and wash your hands often. Also, just as a matter of information, the Rome pharmacy may soon have vaccines available. They have a good recording on their telephone line that will tell you when, where, and how. This is just for information. And also, I implore all citizens to use social media that is available to us. We can put a lot of positive thoughts on there. It will help our city to move forward in a positive manner and not try to divide our city. Let's work together. Okay, moving right along. We have announcements from the mayor and council members. Events January the 21st things will happen January the 13th, which was yesterday, through February the 12th. The filing period to submit application for place on the ballot begun. Monday, January the 18th, City Council or offices, we don't get a day off, but those employees do. They will be closed in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And we can do this all over again with the next regular council meeting at January the 28th. We have announcements and public presentation. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because you did pass public presentations.
No, that's where we are now. Yeah, I think we've got more people online now. So Shannon, do you have anybody for a public presentation?
Yes, ma'am. We have quite a few tonight. The first speaker is Michelle Ty.
Okay, you want to just call them as it comes up. Okay, Michelle, yeah, Michelle's online.
Yes, I'm here. Are we ready?
We are ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Michelle Ty, and I live at 105 School Road. I know the election is come and gone, and the bond was voted down. I thought renovating the old school was an excellent idea, preserving the past but preparing for the future. Now I see the estimates for renovating multiple buildings, and I can't seem to understand why the people that so vehemently oppose the bond to renovate just one building want to renovate multiple buildings that will cost even more in the long run. The police department is in a 35-year-old metal building, which is an eyesore and an embarrassment. So instead of a new department, they get bathrooms that are ADA compliant. Does no one think our police department should have a building they're proud of, or for that matter, that we're proud of? The fire department has electrical wiring that violates code, plus no permits were ever pulled. So the possibility of the fire department burning down increases exponentially. How much money would we be out if that happened? They want to renovate buildings that fit our needs right now, not concerned at all about what the future holds. They don't realize that in the near future, we will have to pay even more because we've outgrown the building that we just renovated. Even if the renovation is condensed to just Old City Hall, we will outgrow it, if we haven't already, and we will have to fork out even more money. I understand no one wants taxes to go up, but the writing is on the wall, and Rome is going to grow. Change is inevitable, and you can scream from rooftops that you don't want more people. If it's coming, whether we want it to or not, wouldn't we want to be prepared for it instead of sticking our heads in the sand and ignoring it? Thank you for your time.
Thank you,
Thanks,
ma'am.
Michelle.
Next up is Michelle DeCredico. Michelle, when you're ready.
Yes, thank you. I would like to speak regarding agenda item F, council meeting minutes, the content and subsequent approval of the minutes. I support the staff recommendation that the city continue drafting minutes using the best practice hybrid standard that it has been using for many years, instead of returning to the antiquated verbatim minutes of past regimes. Verbatim minutes are a thing of the past and not what is current best practice. City Secretary Shannon Montgomery has done a wonderful job presenting the minutes professionally and impartial to politics or personal feelings. When you look back at the verbatim minutes from earlier than 2016, those types of minutes make the city the laughingstock of Wise County. Anyone who truly wants verbatim minutes can request open records for a recording of the meeting. Let the minutes be professionally written using the best practices hybrid standards. I attended the virtual city council meeting in December when the discussion came up on approving the November council meeting minutes that the city secretary drafted for approval. As listed in the draft minutes for the December meeting, it is noted that, quote, Mayor Wilson stated she would like the minutes to reflect the negativity that occurred during the meeting. Wilson will address this with City Secretary Montgomery, end quote. My view of her statements was that Ms. Wilson wanted to document what she perceived as negativity toward her, and that she basically seemed to want to carve out any perceived negativity or disrespect toward her, but said nothing about negativity or disrespect exhibited that night toward any other council members. In my opinion, this type of request by Ms. Wilson amounts to censorship by using a political office to paint oneself in a better light, but not apply the same standard equally across the board to council members. As the former mayor for the last 5.5 years, I patiently listened to and endured brutal, hostile negativity and even personal attacks on myself and my family by a small group of Rome Watch supporters, which rallied around Ms. Wilson, as well as from Ms. Wilson herself during her previous tenure as a council member in past council meetings. Despite all the constant negativity and disrespect during nearly every citizen presentation or in past council meetings from Ms. Wilson and her group, I did not try to censor their ability to express free speech, nor did I request that the meeting minutes reflect only statements that made me look better. Your seat as mayor or council member is a political office. You are in the spotlight and scrutiny of everyone all the time. If you do not feel that you can handle the negativity, whether from the public or from fellow public servants, then you probably should not have signed up for a public office. So put on your big girl or big boy pants and get over it. Let the city staff do their job with impartiality and stop trying to use your office for your own benefit. You were elected to represent the citizens, not yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Patricia Mitchell. When you're ready, Ms. Mitchell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Patricia Mitchell, live at 389 South Old Mill. First off, a big shout out to Chief Love and his officers once again. I back the blue. Thank you, sir. Also, number two, I've got several things I'm going to address. The recent post on Facebook by an appointed park board member suggests that Rome's existing leadership is unwilling to work with newly elected officers. That attitude creates a lot of missed opportunities. Number three, streamline, this is my recommendation or what I would like to see. Streamline, eliminate, and or consolidate city boards and committees. Also, number four, our Rome Volunteer Fire Department, deeply appreciated, is largely subsidized by city tax dollars, although the service district covers significant ETJ areas outside Rome's 4.7 square mile city limits, and they're not subject to city tax. Sharing the cost of an ESD established through the county would provide for volunteer as well as paid opportunities. and would place Rome in a much better position for anticipated future growth. Also, number 5, with the resignation of Kenny Crenshaw, council seat is open. Since signups have already begun for May's election for this seat and 2 others, it makes sense to postpone replacing his seat at this time. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Tommy Eason. When you're ready, Miss Eason.
Good evening to all. My name is Tommy Eason, and I live at 1107 Mount Lang. I have been aware that the city has split the employees up so that there is a small risk of catching the COVID-19 virus at City Hall. Now that the virus is at 20% of hospital capacity, the city has gone back to all hands on deck. To me, this is irresponsible to take such a risk with our employees' health and welfare. I don't know what it's going to take to make everyone realize that this is no joking matter. We have already lost someone to this virus because of an event that should not have been taking place. It should have been canceled altogether. Do people not learn their lessons? We need to split the City Hall team, because if one person contracts this virus, we will have to shut down. What are the citizens of this town going to think if they can't pay their water bill? They can't ask questions. Please go back to the separate days working. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Kathy Coffey. Miss Coffey, when you're ready. Miss Coffey? Looks like you're still muted. Okay, Mayor, can we go to the next speaker and then come back?
Sure.
Okay. Next one is Shirley Mize. Miss Mize, are you on the call?
I am. My name is
You're
Shirley
ready.
Mize. I live at 170 Russell Street. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I have a concern with my water bill today, and I wanted to bring it to everybody's attention. The issue was I was trying to pay online, and whenever I got ready to, that I put my credit card number in, and I was ready to tell it to pay, it told me I had a service fee that I was going to be paying at this time. As I understood it, the service fees were budgeted in our yearly budget, and that it was going to save us time and energy for the office personnel not to have to process the payment going online with a credit card payment. There was no notice given to me of this change being made, that I would start be paying a service fee at this time. I asked the question of when this started and what notification was put out. I have yet to receive a response on that. With what is going on with us today with the pandemic, lost jobs, learning to survive, and moving forward to a new year, communication needs to be directed on things that are changing in our city. But if we budget the service fee and change it on the credit card payment, that would be a double standard. Please correct our needs and concerns on the water bill issue, on how this needs to be addressed, and direct to help the city maintain its needs, not have our citizens double pay or not overwork our city employees. Julie at the city hall today had mentioned to me a suggestion that we could save a lot of money if we would quit mailing our water bills out and possibly start using the email service to send our bills out. We would save on paper, ink, envelopes, stamps, processing time to get all bills in the mail. Let Julie at the City Hall know if this idea can be put in place and give her a thank you on her idea. I have Agenda L in discussing the solid waste. The question I have, with citizens in the city of Rome having dumpsters directly contracted not through the city of Rome with garbage collection companies for many years, some 50 years, being notified and scheduled a public hearing on the matter to plead their case before this ordinance is passed. The citizens of Rome with dumpster service direct were not changed.
Thank you, Ms. Mize.
Thank you.
Shannon, I think
Ms.
Kathy's
Coffey?
back on.
Ms. Coffey, are you ready?
I am. Thank you for coming back to me. I was having computer issues.
Okay. Please
Good
start
evening.
when you're
My name
ready.
is Kathy Coffey, and I live on Mount Lane. I had a family that lived way out in the country, no street lights, 2-lane roads, and houses were either on land or spaced far apart, and maybe one traffic light. That small town is South Lake. I moved to Rome in 2014, and keeping Rome like it is not an option. Growth is exploding very quickly our way, and the days of Uncle Jed being able to fix a roof or pour concrete are over. After the 2016 election until present, a few citizens took it upon themselves to do their best to discredit, berate, lie, and make false accusations about Michelle DeCredico, CPA, Mayor Emeritus, and the City Council. In my opinion, the bond failed not because of the price tag, but because someone else wanted their name attached to that accomplishment and not Michelle. A lot has been accomplished in the last few years, and I would like to see progress continue. My fear is that we just took 5 steps backwards. With all the open records requests and bad-mouthing the bond, one would think the new mayor had the perfect plan to fix the roads, water, house administration. Where's that plan and where's the money coming from? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor, that is the last of the speakers.
All righty. We'll move right along then to the consent agenda. And on there, you'll find, among other things, the 2021 calendar of city events. And for those of y'all that are trying to locate an agenda, if you will go to the home page, then go to the calendar, click on, in essence, today was the 14th, the next meeting is the 28th, the agenda will be shown to you. Just a word of wisdom.
Cynthia?
And I'm sorry, somebody, yes, Josh.
I'm trying to say something for a minute. I'm getting missed out here. Can y'all hear me okay right now?
I'm sorry, I can hardly understand you. Do it again.
Can you hear me right now?
Yes.
Yes. I've been trying to say something for the announcements that we kind of got skipped over. I didn't get a chance to say anything.
Okay, go for it.
I just want to remind residents that with the new trash routes, to please put your dumpsters out at least 3 to 6 inches from the sidewalk. I've seen some people putting it at the end of the driveways or closer to their yards. This is causing the trash services to have to drive up in the driveway or onto the sidewalks to get your trash cans with their new trucks. So before people start having issues with their driveways getting tore up, let's please make sure that we're putting those out in the street and away from vehicles so that they don't have to maneuver around them or into people's yards to get those. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I think we're getting there, but it's a learning process.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
on Josh, I think it was 3 feet from the curb, and also to talk about the trash service. I know we're going to talk about it later, but for residents to purchase a second trash can. Sorry, Josh, I'm trying to look. Purchase a second can for it if you needed it, and it's only $5. But Cynthia can address that. But I agree with you, Josh. I've seen a lot of it on the last ones and spoke to the trashmen as well for it.
And Shannon, you want to present the resolution for the official newspaper? Shannon, can you hear me, hon?
I'm sorry, I was muted. I was wanting to check with Carvin. This is consent agenda items. We're not really supposed to talk, so I didn't know how much I could say.
Yeah, there's really no need to make any presentation, Mayor. If it's on the consent agenda, you can just go ahead and call for a vote and pass all the items at one time.
Okay, we've got a resolution, Carvin, naming the official newspaper. Shouldn't we have a little secretary comment on that as who it is?
It's certainly fine. It's within your discretion if you'd like to do that. Probably though, you ought to take it off the consent agenda and then just open it up to discussion then. And it would be the next item.
Okay, well, let's go. Do we want to approve the consent agenda as it is with us talking about the official newspaper after this?
Well, just a moment. I don't believe that item D actually it's just reports, just like the weekly report put out by the city administrator, and it doesn't require any approval. It's just a report. So
Okay,
no.
we don't have to call for
Councilmember Eason, the last two meetings, the mayor tried to get those approved, so that's why we moved it to the consent agenda, because we've had motions at the last two meetings to approve the staff reports.
Well, how do they need, if we don't like the reports, does that mean we can send them back and say, go change the report and give us better reports? I mean, this is just department heads making reports, right?
Yes, sir.
Addition, so I don't understand why we need any kind of an approval. But the second item for that, for the fire department supplemental memo as part of that report, I'd like to thank Chief Fitch for making it clear what the drug testing policies and procedures are, and just exactly how careful everyone is with who uses what equipment, when they use it, and under what conditions, and if something happens, what the procedures are following that. So thank you, Chief Fitch, for your supplemental memo in the report.
Okay,
If I might, Mayor, on the matter of reports, generally what the council is doing is just accepting the reports. You're not being asked to approve them or weigh in on them. You're just accepting them as presented.
Okay, and if there was something we didn't like or care for, then that could be pulled off. Am I still confused?
Well, if you want to pull it off the consent agenda, then it would become the next regular item, and you could discuss it and vote on it or make any amendments that you thought were appropriate. But again, the staff reports are drafted by staff. Council isn't drafting those. If there's some reason you don't want to accept them as drafted, then you would not take action on them.
Well, and I guess where I'm coming from on the official newspaper, should something in there say who and what that is?
But you certainly can. There's no prohibition against making that announcement, but it will be published. It will be announced.
Are we still staying with Wise County Messenger?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
It's
wonderful.
stated in that resolution that it's Wise County Messenger.
Excellent.
So go for it, you know. Now we're down to the board and commission minutes. And it's P and Z and there's no vote or anything, just if anyone had a question.
Mayor, you still need to get a motion and a second to accept the consent agenda as is, or pull the item off that you want to discuss.
Okay, I thought I understood Carvin to say a vote was not necessary.
Well,
no, a vote is still necessary on the consent agenda. It's just you would vote on all three of them at one time with one motion, unless you want to discuss it, in which case you will pull that item from the consent agenda, go ahead and take your vote on the consent agenda, and then move to the item that's been removed and discuss it and take whatever action the council desires.
So I think we're okay with the B, C, D that's on there. So I guess, do I hear a motion for the consent agenda? Sam, do you want to make a motion that we accept it, or?
I think Elaine just did. She's back on.
Oh, okay, I missed her. Okay, do we have a second?
I second.
And we shall vote. Okay, Josh,
Aye.
Elaine? She's saying aye, I think. Sam
Aye.
and Ashley.
Aye.
How about Kenny?
Okay, that was my next question. Is Kenny still alive and well with us? I don't see him online here.
Yeah, I'm right here. Aye.
Okay. Okay, we have a majority. The motion is approved.
Very quickly, Elaine, will you confirm whether you can hear us or not? But your microphone isn't working then.
Aye.
Okay, so we have a majority vote and the ordinance or the consent agenda is approved. Now we can discuss the board and commission meeting, but it's just the minutes. Does anybody have any questions on that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's move on then to new business under
Did
the
we not have
regular.
Park and Rec? Didn't we not have a Park and Rec meeting and minutes for that?
Sir, that was a January meeting, so it would be on the next, it would be the first meeting in February. These are the December timeframe.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, here we go again. New business discussion and any necessary action regarding council meeting minutes, content, and subsequent approval of minutes of the city regulations, regular session dated November the 12th and the one of December the 10th. Do I hear any discussion on that?
Yes, I would like to consult with our attorney, and I believe we need to move into executive session to do that.
Relative to the minutes?
Yes, relative to this agenda item.
Okay, can we wait until we move into executive session later on, Carvin? Or do we need, I hate to move back and forth with the telephone situation.
Well, I suppose that would be up to Councilman Member Eason when he wants the advice. As presiding officer, you have the right to move items around on the agenda. So if you want to move his item down to later, that would be your prerogative as the presiding officer of the meeting.
Okay, let's do that and try to have one executive session. Sam, will that work for you?
Sure, we can do that at the end.
Okay, let's move that till whenever we start executive session. Okay, now we come up under new business, discussion and any necessary action regarding the resignation of Council Member Crenshaw. Do we have discussion?
Well, before we vote to accept his resignation, I just want to say, Kenny, Mr. Crenshaw, thank you. You've done a wonderful service for your city. We are appreciative.
Well, thank you, Gall. I really just would like to thank the city for allowing me to serve, and to the city staff, especially Shannon, for helping me keep my paperwork straight, which I have not forgotten about. Now I got to come see you again. Just time to move on. Got some family issues I need to take care of. So thank you all again, and I wish you all the best and try to do what's right for the city. Thank you.
Kenny, we appreciate all your efforts. And Elaine, I think you had something you wanted to say to him.
I hope you can hear me. Can you? All right,
Yes.
terrific.
Terrific. I'm so glad. All right. Mayor Wilson, I want to thank you for asking me to read the proclamation of appreciation for Kenny. My first council meeting had Kenny on my right side. He coached me, he reassured me, and I came to know him as a man of honor, of oath, and commitment. And therefore, I'm pleased, very pleased, to read the proclamation of appreciation. A proclamation of the City Council of the City of Rome, Texas, to Kenny Crenshaw for his service to the City of Rome. Whereas the City Council of the City of Rome, Texas, wish to express their sincere appreciation to Kenny Crenshaw for his invaluable service to the City of Rome. And whereas Kenny Crenshaw served with distinction and honor as a member of the City Council for over 3 years. And whereas Kenny Crenshaw's dedication and loyalty to Rome and its citizens has been instrumental in the enhanced welfare, growth, and development of the City of Rome. Now therefore be it proclamated that the City Council of the City of Rome, Texas, hereby express their heartfelt appreciation to the council member, Kenny Crenshaw, for his unselfish contributions and service to the City of Rome, Texas, and its citizens. It says, passed and approved by the City Council of the City of Rome, Texas, this day, 14th day of January, 2021. We will miss you.
Kenny, thanks so much. Your service is appreciated. Ashley, you had something to say?
I would just like to say, Kenny, we only worked together for a short time, but over the years, it was a pleasure listening to you and your input and your dedication to the city. You will dearly be missed, and I hope we can hear you call in every now and then. But thank you and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Elaine, since you actually said that the council approved that proclamation, perhaps you should have a motion to approve that proclamation?
Mayor?
I certainly do not know. Is there any objection to the proclamation? If not, we'll take a vote.
I wanted to say something real quick before we do that.
All right.
Kenny, it's been a pleasure working with you. We've been working here for a few years now. We've accomplished a lot together. I've learned a lot from you, and I think if anybody has learned anything from you, going forward, no matter what, we got to make sure that the players got skin in the game. So it's been a pleasure, Kenny, and good luck with everything going forward.
Thank you, Josh.
Anybody else?
Yeah.
Then I make a motion that we.
No, I conference called you. Okay.
I've lost whoever's talking.
I make a motion that we approve the resignation of Councilmember Crenshaw, as well as accept the proclamation of appreciation for Councilmember Crenshaw.
Second.
Can we have a motion and a second to let Kenny Crenshaw go, basically, but we want to really thank him for everything he's done. Let's have a vote now. Josh?
Aye.
Elaine?
Aye.
Okay, there she is. Sam?
Aye.
Aye.
And Ashley?
Aye.
Kenny, we will miss you.
They'll let you go.
Okay, moving on to the next item. Is H is in home. Discussion in, well, I'm sorry, that's what we did. That was the proclamation. I is the next one. Discussion in any necessary action regarding council vacancy and statement of oath of office if applicable. Council member Eason. Do we have discussion on this, sir?
Yes. Now that we have a vacancy, I have talked to some people that are qualified, and there's one in particular that's highly qualified that I'd like to nominate to be appointed to that now vacant position. and that is Michelle Pittman DeCredico. I believe that's the most qualified person in this city.
Carvin, is there not a limitation that, I'm not saying Michelle's not qualified, but isn't there a limitation once you leave office, you have to wait a 6-month or a 12-month period to come back?
Well, she's not coming back to the same office she left, and I'm not aware of any prohibition from her allowing to assume a new office.
A new office, okay. And Ashley, you had something to say? Ashley?
Yes, ma'am. I've talked to multiple residents that would also like to run for office, and I don't think, not saying that Michelle's not qualified, but I think with it just being a short period of time, that we should wait until the May election, and also to see who else is interested and to get applicants in. And so we need, yes, the experience, but also new, fresh faces going forward, I think. So I think that we should wait just to see who else would like to run and not just put someone in there for 4 months. So.
Well, anyone is welcome to run. I'm just saying it's only 4 months. We have an eminently qualified person that is available.
But I think that gives someone an edge compared to the residents who would like to run for council. I think that the person, whoever you're if you're nominating Michelle, if you put them in there for just the 4 council meetings, I think it's giving them an edge compared to the other residents who would like to run. So I'm not in favor. I think we need to wait. Yes, Josh.
Well, I agree with Sam, and I think Michelle is definitely qualified to fill the vacancy. I also think that we need to still fill the vacancy. We never know who of us may not be able to attend a meeting, and we may need a majority vote. We don't know what's going to happen in the next few months, so we may need all seats filled. So what I would like to see is that, keeping in the past, people submit applications and then they can come to the next council meeting and we can do sort of an interview and we can elect someone or appoint someone then. So I think we have a special meeting next week. If we take applications up until next Friday, that gives us a few days before our next meeting. And at that time, we can talk to these individuals and fill a position then at our second meeting this month.
Okay, are you speaking of the next council meeting or the special meeting?
No, it's too soon for the special meeting. I think at the next full meeting, the second meeting of the month.
And I believe, and I'm with you, I believe that's the 28th. I want to be specific. Is
We
that
also
right?
may have a hard time getting a super quorum for the special meeting on the 20th.
Surely.
So having that 5th council person will make that a bit easier too.
I object to it because I think we've all, to what Josh is saying, to if who knows what's going to happen the next few months. We signed up for this position, and I think we should make our schedules match and give every opportunity for us to be there. So I just want to see what other fresh faces and that would like to, and then us go forward just for the May election. So.
Is it all right if I speak?
Sure.
Having come on the city council originally as an appointee, I would just like to say that, and have been on the council for about 3 years now. I do think that the application process that Josh mentioned is a reasonable way to put that member in for a short period of time. Actually, your concern might be that whoever is appointed, should they decide to run, would have an edge. Well, let me tell you, that's what happened to me. is that my edge was 6 votes over Josh. So I wouldn't call that a huge edge at all. That's just, that's just the way it worked out. But I do think that the point about needing a super quorum sometimes to conduct city business is important. And if we have one person that's ill or one person that votes no because we have an open slot on the city council, it actually constricts our ability to do business. And that's what we're here for, is to conduct business. So I'm not opposed to looking at applications. It doesn't mean that Michelle would be the one that was chosen. It may mean that it's somebody else. It depends on who they are and who can do the best job for a short period of time. It has no.
Elaine, we've kind of lost you again. Your microphone is gone red. There we go. You're back on. Well, you're on, but we can't hear you. Still cannot hear you, Ladybug.
So
there we go. So you want to call, okay, we've got 3 different ideas out there. Do I hear a motion for any or, okay, Josh?
I'd like to make a motion that we open the application process and that we receive those applications the Friday before the next regularly scheduled meeting, and that those applicants attend that meeting, that they may go through an interview process, and we appoint someone at the next regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay, do I hear a second to that? Elaine is seconding. Okay, let's call for a vote, and that is to wait until we make a selection until January the 28th. I believe I've lost my calendar here. And then to have the applications in the Friday before that date. Shannon, do you have something to tell us that date?
I do, ma'am. Just one moment.
Okay.
Okay. Our next meeting's on January 28th. So the Friday before that is Friday the 22nd. So I guess the deadline would be Friday the 22nd, and then we would interview on the 28th.
Okay. Do we want that in by close of business on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
That way I
Okay.
can send those to you that afternoon, so you have time to look over them.
Okay. Do we have a motion and a second? Let's go to a vote. Is there any more discussion? Okay, Josh.
Aye.
Elaine. She's voting. Sam.
Nay.
What'd you
Nay.
say, Sam? Aye, okay. And Ashley?
Nay.
Wait, oh, wait, no, Sam said nay. Okay. And Ashley?
Carmen, can you help me? I'm not in favor. I think we need to wait till May. So would that be nay? I'm sorry.
You would be voting against the motion if you want to wait till May.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, we have 2 for, 2 against. Okay, Corbin, am I able to break the tie?
Yes, Mayor, you
What-
are entitled to vote in a tie.
Okay, and if whichever way I vote, then what happens? Say I should vote against the January 28th meeting, then do we go back for other motions or what happens?
Yes, that would be a possibility. The motion would fail, and then if you wish to continue discussion, entertain another motion, that would be a possibility.
Okay, if I wish not to entertain another motion, then what do I do?
You basically go to the next item and continue with the meeting.
Okay, continue on. Okay, the motion as we had was a tie. I vote against the motion and to hopefully let it go to the May election. And the next item on here is Bill Spores. Are you available, Mr. Spores?
Yes.
Okay, tell us all the good news about the audit.
All right. Hopefully Cynthia can put it up on the screen.
Did you want me to, I'm sorry, Bill, I did not understand that you wanted me to put up those items.
Yeah, I thought we were going to put them up there so that everybody could see them. I emailed them to you a little after 6. Sorry.
And I don't know if we can see it since we're doing virtual.
It's going to be, without the council being able to see the report, I think it's going to be kind of hard to review it. I mean, I can do a kind of a top level review, but I
Would
think
it be better for Cynthia to have time to look at it and give us an overview at the next meeting? Are we on a deadline, Cynthia?
Cynthia's
Just give me 2, if you would go to the next item, I will.
Okay.
Well, yeah, go to K and I will.
That's yours action also.
Well, and
Looks
I
like
honestly, on that item, we've talked about that item. So I really didn't have anything new other than what you had already mentioned, Mayor, at the front end of the meeting, where you
Okay.
talked about the governor extending the disaster declaration.
Okay. So then we'll go on, of course, this one's yours too, Cynthia, relative to the solid waste and a new ordinance or revised ordinance.
Mayor, can you go back to K? I wanted to speak on
Yes.
COVID. So I give Cynthia time to get the reports up. I just wanted to address what Tommy Eason was asking about going to every other day. Just to address that, I've heard and read about residents complaining about them not being in office. I think if it's when they're not there, it's hard to do someone else's job. So I think the hours that they are on, from 8 to 4, closing the office doors at 2, which I would like to see them stay up until 4, just so there's not a 2-hour difference. But I think, but to the COVID with, I forget the gentleman's name from Decatur. I think then what I suggested last time is that we put thermometers if it's at the door of the city lobby, and then one for the employees to check their temperature when they come in. That way they're not infecting the other employees in the office. COVID is a really bad thing. So I think those are some of the issues. And then also to bring up what Tommy said about the event, the super spreader that's everything. I don't think we need to get into a disagreement because it was held in Boyd. And Boyd is our neighbor and a very friendly neighbor. And we did a lot with them. And so they chose to have the event there. And yes, it was another, the Rhome veterans, but it was also this town or city of Boyd who allowed it. So I think we need to drop the argument about that and just go on. It is very unfortunate what has happened, but going forward, it wasn't us that held it in the city. So we need to stop bringing it up. But I think also to find out with Cynthia is like, what is happening? Are y'all sanitizing after every person leaves the lobby as well? Could possibly we get the cheap pens to make sure there's new pens for everyone who's coming in to sign if it's a permit or an open records? So those are just some things that I have. I mean, I'm very passionate on COVID. So what are some different things, Cynthia, that you think that we could do? Or if it is Mr. Powell. So if we can, or need to wait and talk to Mr. Powell again.
Well, no, we have protocols put in place all throughout the city for every department. At City Hall in particular, we're limiting traffic in the back office. We only allow one person in the lobby at a time. We do have any front-facing office, whether that's utility billing or municipal court, has a plexiglass there as well. And so we don't have that issue going on. Now, I will say, I certainly understand the concern, and I share that concern, and we've been staggered a couple of times for that very reason at City Hall, so that we can have teams that are separated and available in case one goes down. We did have a situation where we had to do, it was a business, function that we had to complete with the auditor. And so because of that, I did make that decision, and I talked with the mayor to go not staggered so we could get that done for the last 2 weeks. Now, if the council wants to change that protocol, that certainly I'm open to that. I just want to explain that's why we went to that, because we have to get this audit done and completed. And we both Shannon and I needed to be there for that. So that is the reason why. But all offices have, we do cleanse and we do sanitize, and we've got those protocols in place. So, and that's throughout the city.
Cynthia, what about and I don't know, the fountain pens and stuff that someone coming in would have touched or used? Do we spray after they leave?
We do periodically clean. Now, I will honestly, the pens, we don't have that many sitting out there, but we can definitely do that as well. We can actually, we were prepared for that when we were going to do municipal court, to just, hey, take the pen and keep it. And so we can definitely tell people if they use a pen, just take it and just take it with them.
And I was in somewhere the other day, they had 2 sets of pens, clean pens and dirty pens. I don't know if that would help or not.
We can do that.
I don't know how, if somebody didn't see the dirty sign, it might not help. I don't know. It's a big question to do a lot of this stuff.
We can
Mayor?
Yes, Ashley.
No, this is Elaine.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got 2 people waving at me. Okay, Elaine.
I just want you to know that I've gone back to the telephone as far as the sound, and then I've muted my computer so I can still see everybody. Whenever you finish this topic, when we were discussing item, let me go back here and look. Item I, you failed to ask if there was any more discussion. And so whenever we finish what we're on, I would like to go back to item I.
Okay. Now, we've already taken a vote, but we can certainly hear what you have to say.
Okay, thank you.
So Cynthia, it's Ashley. So are you wanting to go back to staggered days, or do you think that Are you just wanting to go back to staggered days, or is the hours that you're working?
Well, I'll do what the council directs us to do. I will say it is somewhat of a hardship because on staggered days, everybody has, jobs to do. We are cross-trained, but when we're staggered, it does make it difficult. Now, that being said, and there were complaints about, not being able to take water payments and things like that. So, there are, even though we're cross-trained, when you have less staff in the office and you still have the amount of work that needs to be done, we do have front-facing people. The first time we were staggered, it was a little bit different. This second time we were staggered, it was Monday, Wednesday, Friday with 2 front-facing people on 3 of those days because we did that continuously instead of alternating week to week. And I was on that rotation, and then we had a Tuesday, Thursday rotation where we had 1 front-facing person in the office and Shannon. So that was Christy and Shannon. So even though we're all cross-trained, the workload doesn't change. And so we still have 3 of us can work from home and complete a lot of what we do from home. 2 of us, it's more difficult because they're primarily front facing. So, I will say in our office, we are in a unique situation where we all are separated in our offices. So we do maintain social distancing in our office. We have cleaning procedures in the back end that we do apply rigorously. And I think, however the council directs us, that's what we'll do.
Cynthia, I just think because I've been in there, it would be hard on the staggering days and to other council members when Julie's gone, for Shannon to stop what she's doing and go out there and help the, resident and then go back. So I know it's difficult to do both jobs because then it takes away from your job. And well, Cynthia, if you had to run the front, sorry, I just lost everyone.
We can hear you.
Still hear you.
I love our internet here. But that, it would make it difficult for everyone, I think. So I'm not in favor for the staggered days. You are social distance talking to Cody before and stuff, if it's wearing masks. And luckily I am so happy that Christy and Julie and the rest of you, when a resident comes in, that y'all are behind plexiglass. That is one benefit.
Right.
Mayor, this is Daryl Fitch, Fire Chief. Can I say something?
Sure.
The main thing for the staggering was because it was recommended after a holidays up to 10 to 14 days that you limit contact due to the holidays and families getting together. So it wasn't meant to be a every day, all day thing. It was meant for mainly after holidays and events.
So are we out of that now, do you think, sir?
Well, we're getting close, but I think we're missing the point too that the department heads have been dealing with this since it began in, March, February, January, depending on when you're looking at it. So we have a good idea on how we need to handle our departments on that. And so that was what we did, was work together. And those are those times that we did come up with those staggering events. I think it's something that Cynthia is very well prepared on it, and she would be able to make the best choice on when she should stagger or not. I'm not going to say, and we're probably going to have to stagger again after Valentine's Day. We might even have to stagger again after MLK.
Yeah.
It's just something we got to look at on a daily basis, and it's hard to throw an umbrella on it and say we're not going to do it anymore. So it's just something we need to do on a daily basis.
So Cynthia, do you feel comfortable calling it more or less as you see it, as Daryl says, on a daily basis? If we picked up and saw Wise County had a big surge, you might want to do something different.
Correct. Chief Fish is correct. They've been in it and inundated with it. We do have monthly calls with the emergency management, the city leaders. Mayor, you're on that call as well, so we keep up to date. Certainly, if it calls for it, we can do that. It's just a balance of, serving the citizens and getting the work done and being cognizant of making sure that we maintain, if we are in a situation where we do, like you said, where we've had it's Valentine's Day or events, MLK, whatever that might be, that we have some flexibility to say, okay, maybe for 14 days, we do a staggered schedule to protect and make sure that we have separate staffs to be able to carry on functions if someone does come down with it.
Counselor, y'all okay with that? I think she's got a good handle on it.
Yes, ma'am. I'm good with it. I just make sure nobody's getting overworked from somebody else's job. Also, too, to talk about this, I know, and to Shirley, what she spoke earlier, looking at a couple other cities, they are waiving, I know we just started, they're waiving the credit card fees to try to push everyone to make their payments online. Are there, for if they want to call in to the office, are taking credit cards over the phone. So I don't know if that's something we want to look into, but I've noticed other cities are doing it.
And we could make that an agenda item for the next time, but Cynthia, you might look into it on the thing. I don't know what I'm hearing, and it certainly may not be right. Nobody got notification that if they paid that way, there was a service charge. So
it was a budget item discussion that we had on several meetings where the council determined that, that's how they were going to proceed. So we certainly can review that and bring that back. I mean, I would advise the council that there's a budgetary impact. So for the last several years, the city has been absorbing the cost. So essentially, you're extrapolating that credit card fee across all citizens. And the council, we had several discussions during the budget session on that. And the council gave staff direction that we would no longer do that. So certainly, if the council wants to reconsider that, it would be, it would have a budgetary impact.
So the answer is?
If you direct us to bring it back to council, council can deliberate that item.
Did we not?
What are we on where we're discussing credit card fees?
Well, Carvin, I mean, this isn't even on the agenda.
But let's wait and look at it next. It may need to be a next time agenda item.
Yeah, the reason I allowed the discussion on the credit cards because it was brought in the context of the discussion of the COVID response.
Right.
Okay, so as long as we stay on COVID, then we're on the agenda item.
Correct.
That is very correct.
So do we want, Cynthia, are you ready to tell us about the audit, or Mr. Say?
Well, as long as we realize that we can have this conversation, please give the staff direction on if you want it brought back to the agenda on the next agenda.
Okay, we can do that. Okay, I can now see Mr. Spore's letter online. I don't know, can everybody else see it?
Well, Mayor, I still haven't gotten, are you asking staff to bring that item back?
Sorry, I'm busy.
We'll make it on future agenda and decide which direction.
Okay. So yes, it is up on the screen. Bill, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. So tell me what page you want to go to. I'm on the letter.
Scroll down one more page, please.
Okay.
Or one more, I guess.
Okay.
There we go. All right. What I'm going to do this evening is just kind of briefly go through the report, highlighting a few things. If you have questions this evening, you're certainly welcome to ask them. You're always welcome to call me or email me at the office anytime during the year if you have questions. This particular report is the budgetary comparison schedule for the general fund. This particular report uses fund accounting. It's not the way a for-profit business would account for things. In fund accounting, it's very similar to how you would keep your checkbook at home. It's money in and it's money out. We buy a new police car in fund accounting, that's just an expense. It's not a capital. We don't capitalize things and depreciate them like a for-profit business would. In the report, we disclose the original budget, the final amended budget, then the actual amounts, and in the right-hand column is the variance with the final amended budget. These are the revenues. You can see our total tax revenues were budgeted to be $1,227,000. Our actual tax revenues were $1,340,000. So we were $113,000 over budget, which when we talk about revenues, being over budget is good. The court fines were $76,000 under budget. I think in discussing that with staff, the original budget might have been a little high. The one that we actually collected is fairly.
Pardon me, Bill. Somebody needs to mute their phone. We're hearing their children or something. Thank you. Go ahead, Bill.
Sorry about that.
All right, then our license and permits were $1,896 under budget, which is very close. The charges for services were $1,800 over budget. Then the intergovernmental revenues were $10,000 under budget. Most of that was in the fire department grants. Our donation revenues, which are kind of hard to budget, they ended up being $10,000 under budget. And then the other revenues, we did issue 2 notes last year, one for police equipment and one for fire and administration equipment. The total of those 2 loans was this $294,000. So again, we're using fund accounting. So when we borrow money, that's just revenues. It's money that came in, so it's revenues. And that 294 was not included in the budget. So it shows that our proceeds from issuance of debt is $294,000 over budget. And we'll look in a minute at where we spent that money, and we'll see those capital outlay items are also, the expense side are over budget, but we'll look at that in a second. And we had our investment income, and our total revenues in the general fund were budgeted to be $1,781,000. Our actual revenues were $2,092,000. So we're $312,000 over budget to the good. But again, $294,000 of that is that issuance of debt that wasn't budgeted. So if you factor that out, our revenues were about $18,000 over budget. All right, the next page is the expenditures. This is the administration department. You can see the administration personnel was budgeted to be $254,000. We actually expended $247,000. So the personnel was $6,800 under budget. The professional fees was $24,000 over budget. Professional fees would include legal and engineering, accounting, and the tax collector or tax assessor and collector. Our supplies and contract services were $15,000 over budget. Down in the capital outlay, you see we expended $4,481. Well, that money came out of those loan proceeds that we talked about. So they weren't budgeted. In total, our administration department was $34,000 over budget, expended more than what was budgeted. The court was $6,480 over budget on their expenses. The big item there was supplies and contract services. The building development department was $12,000 under budget. The parks department was $2,600 under budget. And then the police department, if you look at the police personnel, they were budgeted to expend $591,000. They actually expended $543,000, so they were $48,000 under budget on personnel. In discussing that with the staff, I believe there was a shortage of a couple of part-time people during the year, people that were budgeted a couple part-time positions. If you look at the police capital outlay, you can see we budgeted $3,100, but they actually expended $119,000. So again, that's us spending those loan proceeds. So in total, the police department is $70,000 over budget. But if you factor out the capital outlay, then they're about $45,000 under budget. All right, the next page is the fire department. You can see in total, the fire department is $137,000 over budget. But if you look at their capital outlay item, it was $111,000 over budget. Again, that's spending the loan proceed money. So basically, we didn't budget the loan proceed revenues or expenses. Our total expenditures were budgeted to be $1,741,000. Our actual expenditures were $1,975,000. So our total expenditures were $233,000 over budget. But again, there was the $290,000 of loan proceeds that got expended. So we'd have been about $60,000 under budget on expenses if we factor out the capital outlay, spending the loan proceeds. Let's go back up. One more thing on that. Yeah, on the next page, on the totals of that page, down a little bit. A little bit, go to the bottom of that. Go to the bottom of that page, keep going down. There we go, right there. So for the year, the excess of our revenues over our expenditures was $117,000 in the general fund. All right, now we can go to the next page. All right, so this particular schedule is the revenue and expenses of the 3 different funds that make up our governmental funds. The general fund column is exactly what we just looked at on the actual numbers. But we also have a debt service fund and we have a CIP fund. The debt service fund is how we account for the INS property taxes that we collect and how we expend those funds. The CIP funds relates to the 2017 bond funds that we still were expending in last fiscal year. If we scroll down a little bit, I'm primarily looking right now at the debt service fund. You can see their revenues were $376,000. We expended $360,000. So they had a surplus of $15,000, but we also, out of the INS funds, we pay the bank note for a vehicle for the water and sewer fund. So that shows as a transfer over to the water and sewer fund of the $5,161. So the debt service fund had a increase in fund balance or a surplus revenues over expenses last year of $10,626. And that surplus has to stay in the INS fund. It can only be used to pay debt service expenditures. And then right to the right of that, the third column is that CIP fund. It had some interest income last year. Then we expended $185,000 out of the bond proceeds. Plus we expended $7,200 that's reported there as a transfer to the water fund for some expenditures related to the meter reading equipment. So in total, the CIP fund went down by 193,000. So at last September of the 2017 bond funds, there was still 18,000 that had not been expended. All right, so that's the three funds that make up our governmental funds. So we can go to the next page. All right, this is the water and sewer fund. In the audit, we don't compare the water and sewer to the budget, but we compare it to the prior year actuals. Now, the water and sewer fund is accounted for as if it is a for-profit business. It doesn't use fund accounting. It's in the business of selling water and sewer services, so it's treated like a business. The water and sewer fund, puts in some new sewer lines or buys a vehicle, some type of capital item. It gets capitalized and it gets depreciated just like a for-profit business was. So you can see here that our charges for services last year were $1,011,000 compared to $957,000 the year before. So our charges for services increased by about $60,000. Then under the operating expenses, the personnel expense for 2020 was $247,000. The year before was $275,000. So the personnel costs decreased. We did expend $28,000 in the water and sewer fund for engineering last year. The supplies and contract services, we expended $198,000 compared to $191,000 the year before. Then the repair and maintenance, our repairs for the system last year and supplies for the system was $48,000 compared to $63,000. There was about $80,000 last year of emergency repairs that were made, but we ended up with, two new sewer lines. So those, or that $80,000 was capitalized. It's not an expense because it has a useful life over a year and we had a new sewer line. All right, go to the next page, please. And you can see our utilities were about $1,000 less than they were the year before. We had a little bit of training. And then our big expenditure is water purchases, which increased about $40,000 from the year before. And then we have this line item for depreciation. The depreciation is a non-cash expense. This is taking the monies that we had spent in prior years for the system and for equipment, and then we amortize those over their useful life. And then that becomes a dollar amount that we expense each year. So again, the depreciation last year was $324,000, but that wasn't cash we spent. That's money we spent in prior years that we amortize out over the life of the asset. So we have an operating loss last year of $210,000, which means our expenditures, including depreciation, were greater than our revenues by $210,000. The year before, that number was $234,000. If we add back that non-cash depreciation of $324,000, then before depreciation, the water and sewer fund would have had a net income of about $114,000. Then out of that operating income before depreciation, we have to pay our long-term debts. We have to pay the interest on the 2019 bonds and the interest on the vehicle loan, which totaled $96,000 last year. And we also have some interest income and the water tower lease. Then down towards the bottom, there were transfers from the general fund to the water and sewer fund totaling $12,000. That represents the some equipment that was bought out of the 2017 bond money. That was a water fund equipment, and the debt, the vehicle debt that was paid out of the INS taxes. So the bottom line is the water fund last year had a deficit of $257,000. All right, so that's the water and sewer fund. And another item we've kind of talked about the last couple of years relates to the city's net pension liability. This deals with our funds at TMRS and the calculation of how much money is going to be needed to fully fund our employees' retirement when they become of retirement age. And TMRS reports this to us so we can disclose it in the audit, but they're on a calendar year, so they're 9 months behind us all the time. If you scroll down a little bit further on this page, you see the row there, net pension asset or liability. If you look under the second from the right column, a year ago, our net pension liability was $64,000, which meant that actuarially calculated our pension with TMRS was underfunded by $64,000. But now at the end of December of 19, it's actually overfunded by $144,000. And if you go up right where it says net investment income right there, that row reports how much money your funds on hand that TMRS is investing, how much money they made last year. So for 2019, your investment income was $171,000, which was about a 16% return. So in 2019, TMRS did really well. The year before was a loss of $32,000. So in 2018, they lost money. So that line item is the biggest determining whether you have a pension asset or a pension liability, is how well they invest your money each year. 2020, the market's been up and down. It's been back up at the end of the year, close to where it was at the beginning of the year. So it'll be interesting to see what your net pension asset or liability is after 2020. But the most important part is each year when TMRS prescribes what rate you should pay, which they actuarially calculate, as long as we pay that rate and don't choose to pay a lower rate, then whether this schedule shows us to be underfunded or overfunded, as long as we pay the rate they prescribe, the money should be there when all of our employees retire. If you look at the city of Fort Worth or city of Dallas, their police funds and their fire pensions are, grossly underfunded. And that's a big issue with them, millions of dollars that they're underfunded. You guys, fortunately, right now are overfunded, so that's good. All right, that's pretty much what I have for tonight. Are there any questions? Yes.
Can we spend the budget bond money for random things? When I was looking over it from the 2017 bond, that was just for
they'd have to have been itemized in the original bond document.
Okay.
But the language in there was probably pretty general, street improvements or something like that.
Yes, sir.
And I think on the 2017 bonds, what we're looking at here is through September. So subsequent to then, we pretty much spent the rest of them.
Okay.
The last 18,000. I really don't think there's any 2017 construction bond money unspent sitting here today.
Okay. Is there any suggestions you can make to us, since we are over and under and over budgeted some? Is there any suggestions that you would like to make to us?
Well, we talked quite a bit today with Cynthia and Shannon, and we talked quite a bit about the budget and, amending items and things like that. And I know you guys do amend the budget late in the year, which is probably a good thing. But the problem with doing that is once the auditor comes in, he's going to make changes anyway.
Yes, sir.
So what I basically tell people is, if some line item is 10%, you say it's an expense and it's 10% over budget, then it should be amended. But if it's just a few dollars over budget, then I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay.
But like the issue here, and it's really not a big issue, it's very common with the funds that we borrowed on the loans. You know, if we would have budgeted that in one of the budget amendments, then those big numbers where it's showing we're over budget on the revenues and over budget on the expenses wouldn't have been there. You know,
Yes, sir.
they borrowing money, a lot of times we forget later to amend the budget for.
That seems like a big problem. We need to look forward to the future and we're looking at our budget. So we can receive an award like some other places. So what is it? The Government Finance Officers Association Award. Our town's never received it. So I think we should really work hard, my fellow council members, to look at our budget since we've failed in the past. So thank you so much. I know this
you can apply for that award. They ask for a lot more information than is actually captured in the traditional audit. But yeah, it can't hurt. But
well, thank you again for your hard work. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Bill. We appreciate all your efforts, and your phone may be ringing, and if you're lucky, it won't be. But
Either way, I don't mind.
Okay. Cynthia, do you have any questions? Sorry.
I mean, at some point here, I don't have the agenda in front of me, but the audit needs to be formally accepted so that we can issue it.
And what is your recommendation? I know there's some magic word that we look for every year.
I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
Okay, usually it is a clean audit or not a clean audit, but I cannot remember.
This would be considered a clean audit. There's, you know, on the internal control sides, there were no comments, no written comments at all. So it's a clean audit.
Okay. And do I hear a motion to accept this audit? Anybody want to accept a good audit, for goodness sake?
I'm trying. Sorry. Sam can accept. I'll second.
Okay. And any discussion before we go for a vote? Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, Josh?
Aye.
Elaine?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
And Ashley?
Aye.
Okay, the motion is approved and we do have a clean audit. Thank you, Lord.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Okay, we're moving on to the next item. Let's see, we moved
Mayor?
to the audit because we were.
Mayor,
Yes.
I asked if we could go back to I because you didn't ask if there was any other discussion.
Right, okay. And Elaine wants to go back to I, which is discussion and necessary action regarding council vacancy and statement of oath of office applicable. Okay, Elaine, what you got?
Well, because we did not pass the first motion, that doesn't mean that we can't make additional motions. And since the motion that was on the table that was not passed was to look at applications at large from the community to fill the vacancy. And so that was defeated. So considering that, because I do believe it's darn important that we have a full council in order to conduct business the way that it's intended. And in the past, the council has always replaced a vacancy like this. Therefore, I make a motion then that we accept Michelle DeCredico as the replacement for this tenure from this time until the May election. So I do make that motion.
I will second that motion.
Okay, and Carvin, can we reopen that?
Yes, under the Open Meetings Act, you are allowed to go back and revisit any item that's properly posted on the agenda, and you can, under the way ours is posted, it allows for any necessary action. So as long as you Have a motion and a second, then you can discuss it and proceed.
I was
Okay.
trying to speak before Sam made a motion. Sorry. Elaine, thank you for taking it back, but I think we need to either get applications and wait to the next meeting because one, I mean, not saying Michelle's not qualified, but we need to look at the residents who are interested. I've spoke to quite a few because I've been asking people to join city council plus our Parks and Rec and our planning and zoning. So I think we need to wait, especially since we just found out that our budget was a little off, saying nicely. I think we should wait to see if there's other people. I mean, we could all try to be here for the next meeting. So, I mean, it's not too much to ask.
Ashley, you just voted against doing that.
I'm
That was
voting.
the motion that was on the table, and you voted against it, looking at other applicants. So the motion that we have in front of us now and is because that was voted down to look at applications from across the city here, and that's already been voted down. You voted against it. So my motion is, and it has been seconded. Let's move forward.
I was trying to speak before Sam second. I don't like this virtual meeting because you can't see. But no, I voted against us not taking in applicants by Friday. I think we need to hold off. It puts somebody, like I said, to an edge, and I don't think it's fair to the other applicants that have applications for the May election right now that we just pick someone. So no, I said that we should just wait and put it to the next month and address it then. That way we have more applicants, not just on the special meeting on the special meeting, excuse me. I'm trying to think that. So no, I'm not with you, Elaine. I don't think that we should automatically pick Michelle. She wasn't voted. I'm now, since you're calling me out, she wasn't voted in as mayor, so why are we throwing her in? And we just found out that our budget was over. Yes, it was a clean budget, but it wasn't done. I think we need to wait. And for all the citizens, we are here to be transparent. We're here to work for all citizens, not just the friends of those.
Shannon, would you read the motion that was defeated, please?
I'm looking at section 1.07.008. Shannon or Cynthia, can you read that one? I have it written down somewhere, but let me pull it up.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Priest, you asked for me to repeat the motion that's on the table?
The motion that was defeated.
Motion that was defeated. Motion was to open application process until Friday before the next regular meeting, which we decided was January 22nd, and then appoint somebody at the the January 28th meeting, and that was defeated.
Okay, thank you.
And back to, this is Ashley. I'm looking at the ordinance 1.07.001. It's a conflict of interest. No officer shall participate in a vote, discussion, or a matter involving a business entity or real property in which the officer has substantially interest if the responsible foreseeable that an action in the matter would confer an economic benefits on the business entity. And then it goes on from there. But she was on our city council for what, 3 to 5 years? I forget. I don't know exactly. I don't have her criteria in front of me, but I don't think so. I know y'all are going to vote against me, but we need to have fresh faces and see who else in the city wants to do this. This is a hard job, and I think it's not fair to everyone else in that y'all are just doing it because she's your friend, and yes, you've worked with her, and I'm not saying anything bad about her, but it's not fair, and it's a conflict of interest. Yes, sir.
Can you please explain how that would be a conflict of interest?
Well, each of you worked with her over the past 3 years. Let's just say 3 years. The past 3 years. She is your friend. She is a very good friend. So I think it is a conflict of interest. And I could go on and keep reading, but I mean, it's not. I mean, all around, it's just not fair. And I mean, we need to be fair to everyone and keep the door open, even if it's voting next month. But I would like to push it to May election for everyone. I understand if we could get sick, we could get COVID, but it's something we have to deal with. So now I'll just keep fighting it. It's fighting a dead horse because I know y'all are going to vote against me, but we do need to hold off and to see other applicants. It's not fair to them because whenever she's up for election, it's gonna give her the edge because she's already been with us for city council meetings or 4 months. Excuse me.
Ashley, I'm somewhat with you on this, Ashley. I made the motion to give us time to look at other applicants. I know that you want to wait till May, and I know Mayor wants to wait till May, but there are things that come up that require every seat here to be able to make some of these decisions. And if we don't know if special meetings are going to come up, it requires all of our votes. That's why I wanted to open it up to applications in an interview process like I had to go through and other people had to go through. But unfortunately, that was voted down. I thought that was a good medium between what you wanted and what Sam originally wanted, and that would give everybody options. But apparently that didn't work either. So, unfortunately, I do feel that we need to fill a seat. And if this is the way it's going to go, then it's the way it's going to go. We got to fill that seat so that they're all filled if something happens.
And I just tell you right up front, Ashley, so that there's no misunderstanding. If there's any person that's on the city council that tries to be objective and not have any conflicts of interest and make the best decisions for Rome in the long run, because our charge is to be good business people. I'm telling you right now, it's me. So don't you ever accuse me of doing something for friendship or because she's my buddy or anything like that, because that is just not true. And so
let's move on.
If we had passed the first one, we wouldn't be having this discussion. So the motion is on the table. There's a second. Let's vote.
I'm still speaking. I was still speaking before Sam did a second. So Elaine, I was still I tried to raise my hand and still speaking. Yes, back to Josh, to what you said. Then yes, out of what's happening now, we should have went with Friday. I just think that we should have waited until May election because people want to be involved. I think there's other applicants, even someone who spoke tonight would be great. That's concerned about what our bonds and our police department, what it looks like. So I think there are other ones. And then two, Carvin, would this be a conflict of interest?
No, I don't think it's a conflict of interest under the city's ordinance. However, I am going to have to amend my earlier answer, and I apologize, guys. This one I just was not aware of. But the mayor was correct in that we do have a provision in our code of ordinances. It's section 1.07.008 that reads, no officer who has held an office of the city shall, after terminating his office with the city, be appointed by the city council or any other agency, board, commission, committee, department, or person of the city to any office, commission, committee, board, agency, or department of the city within 6 months after his term of office has ceased. So I was incorrect earlier when I answered the mayor's question, could we appoint the former mayor to this vacancy? My opinion is no, we cannot. It is specifically limited to after 6 months.
Okay, Carvin, I appreciate that. Now what do we do with the confusion? Do we start from square one again?
I think I would think that would make her that she can apply for city council. I mean, I would have gone back to planning and zoning. I couldn't. So we shouldn't get favoritism and allow her into joining city council. So I think that since Carvin just addressed it, that it is no one can hold the position for 6 months. We need to get other applicants in for the position.
Okay, Carvin, since we've got a motion and a second, what do we do with it?
I withdraw the motion.
There you go. That's
Okay,
the
so
answer.
that,
The
that
motion
took
is,
care of that. Thank you, Elaine. Okay, now can we play like we're starting
No.
all over with this?
Well, let's continue. Ashley actually made a fair suggestion about we could appoint someone that voiced an opinion earlier. I believe Michelle Ty made a citizen presentation earlier, and it was very good. And I read her letter to the editor this past week. Michelle, are you still on this call?
Shannon has something to say. Shannon?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Easton, are you withdrawing your second?
the motion was withdrawn, Shannon.
So I would assume yes.
Thank you.
But since the motion was withdrawn.
Yeah, no further actions required.
Okay, so we're starting all over again, basically. Discussion and necessary action regarding a council vacancy and oath of office, whatever. Okay, let's start from square one. Do I have any discussion or do I have a motion? Ashley?
Sorry. I have a applicant who I think has already turned in his application, and I don't know if he's on the phone call, but Shannon?
We have not received any applications for the ballot, for a place on ballot.
Okay, well, gave one and spoke to him, so I think Tim would be also a great candidate because he lives in Bywell. So we can, I know we are having some issues over there, so, and he's very well qualified just because of his employment right now to help as well. So I think then we should hold off and put it maybe if till May or another to the February city council meeting. Once we get the applicants in, then I think we should do the interview process. Sorry, and go from there. And sorry, Josh or Sam.
Okay, are you making that in a motion or just discussion?
I'm making a motion that we, but if the other guys want to speak, but I'm making a motion that we get the applicants in and wait maybe to the February meeting. I would love for us, but I know with everyone, with Elaine saying about someone getting sick, that we need to vote, get someone voted in before May. So, but I have Tim, and there's, I have spoke to a couple other residents that would also be interested. So I would like to go through the interview process.
Ashley, Tim who?
Robinson, he lives in Bywell.
Oh my gosh, not a fresh face. He was on the council back in 15.
Oh, was he? I'm sorry, but he.
Yeah,
Okay.
and his wife was on the council before he was.
Okay.
So if you're looking for a fresh face, I'm thinking Tim may not be it.
At least we can go through the interview process.
Okay, did you yield the floor?
Sorry.
Did you yield the floor? Do you just want to, I mean, are you still talking?
No, Sam, I'm letting you speak.
Thank you very much. Michelle Ty wrote an interesting article in the Wise County Messenger, a letter to the editor. She also made a very interesting citizen presentation this evening. I see that she's still on the call. Michelle, you're muted. Would you be willing to serve if you were nominated?
Yes, I would.
Okay, now that's certainly a fresh face, and she lives on School Road. So I think I shall make another motion that we nominate Michelle Ty to fill
I believe Ashley has a motion, Sam.
Oh, okay.
Okay, state your motion, please.
I have a motion that we accept other applicants.
Do I hear a second to that?
I think if we can fill it now, we should fill it now.
No, I'm looking for a second, so there is no second.
I understand, and we're having discussion, Joanne.
I have a motion that we wait till the next meeting at least to get other applicants in. If it's not, and I would, and to Sam, that we wait to see. There's quite a few people that would love to serve on our board and to help our future grow and to all work together. So I'm all for seeing who else. You know, I read Michelle's letter in the Wise County Messenger. I understand some of her views, but I think that we should get other applicants to give it a fair run at it. I don't think we should wait till today. So I put a motion that we wait until the next city council meeting or until February to see who else would like to join our team.
Are you on the floor now? Because I'd like to comment.
Let's get a second on the motion that's on the floor before we proceed with discussion. Or if it can't get a second, then the motion dies and we can continue with the discussion.
Right. Do we have a second to Ashley's motion? Going once, going twice, is there a second? Okay, that motion dies without a second. Okay, now which one of the three of y'all want to speak? Okay, Josh?
So Carvin, I know I made a motion earlier, and obviously since it was denied, I cannot do that. What if I amended the date, say we had the applications in a day earlier? Would that be different enough that I could make that motion?
Carvin, did you hear Josh's question?
Yeah, and I gave a really great answer before I realized I was muted. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can.
Okay, well, do it again and see if you can say the same thing.
I'll see if I can repeat myself. Apologize for that. Technically, under Robert's rules, which the city has imposed upon itself, only the prevailing side, in other words, the two members that voted in favor of the motion that passed earlier, can make a motion to rescind that previous motion. If that motion passes, then you could make a motion to amend or introduce a new motion. So right now, the motion that passed, one of the two council members who voted in favor of that motion would have to vote to rescind it. Otherwise, I would rule, Josh, that your motion is really too close to the one that's already failed.
Okay, do any two of you want to rescind? Or you want to keep on keeping on? Okay, Josh, do you want to? I'm sorry, who's talking?
This is Elaine. I thought that Carvin said that if the motion had passed, two people, but it didn't pass. So help me understand here.
He said the prevailing motion, so it was denied. So one of the two people that voted to deny it would have to vote to rescind it now. So that would be you and, I'm sorry, Ashley and Sam would have to rescind it.
So now if they vote to rescind it, does the vote stand as it was?
No, if they vote to rescind, then you would call the question and you would take a vote. If the vote to rescind passes, then basically you're back to square one and you could entertain any new motions.
Okay.
Okay, I will make a motion to rescind that previous vote.
And do I need a second on that, Carvin?
Yes, you do.
Okay, do I have
I'll
a second?
that.
Okay, I have now Josh voted for it. So does it have to be Elaine that votes against it, or can we go this way?
Actually, it was Sam that voted against it. And Ashley.
Yeah, there's Sam and Ashley that voted against it. So do they have to be the one to second it then, Carvin, or can anyone second it?
I'm going to rule that anyone can second it because Robert's rules are just not that precise.
Okay, so we have a motion from Sam and a second from Josh. Okay, guys, any more discussion?
Y'all lost me on this. So what are we voting on right now? So we're rescinding. Sorry, I'm got all confused. So Josh, explain to me, please. So what are we rescinding?
So we are voting to rescind the denial of the motion that I made, since that's
Okay.
what's won. So that means that if it's passed, that we can go back and make that exact same motion if need be, if that's what we decide.
And Carvin, to confuse message anymore, I voted to break the tie. So does that not count for anything?
Well, this is a new motion. It is a motion to undo the previous action. And so it will depend on how the outcome of this next vote goes. You get to break ties. If it is a 3-1 or 4-0 vote, then you would not vote. The majority
And I
would.
realize that. What happens to when I broke the tie? Does that just go away?
No, your vote to break the tie caused that motion to be denied.
Right.
Okay. Now one of the parties who voted to break that has made a motion to rescind that action. And now you're voting to rescind the action of the council previously voting to deny the motion.
Okay, and if that passes, then we start from square one again?
Yes, you would be in a position then to reconsider new motions on the subject.
Okay. Okay, guys, y'all want to vote? And I'm not sure which way it's going. Okay, Josh,
Aye.
Elaine,
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
and Ashley.
You're muted, Ashley.
You're muted, Ashley, I think. Okay.
Aye.
So we have everybody that's for the motion, and Josh, restate what we're voting on now that passed, so we will start from square one.
The motion to rescind carried. So there is no motion on the floor right now. The floor is open to entertain a new motion.
Okay, thank you, Carmen. Okay, here we go. There's 4 of you out there. Does anybody want to make a motion? Josh?
So we heard what Sam would like to do, and we heard what Ashley would like to do. And now that we've rescinded that motion, Mayor Pro Tem, what are your thoughts? Do you have anybody you would like to nominate, or would you like to go through the interview process next month, or wait till May? I think we know what my thought is on the subject. So what are you thinking?
Of course, my opinion in the beginning was that we take applications, and I'm very hopeful that Michelle Ty will fill out an application, but we look at it, look at those applications, make a decision at the next January meeting. The sooner we can get somebody on, that gives that person some opportunity to begin to educate themselves on all the things that are going on. The longer we wait, the less time we give that person, and it also leaves our council without the city council members that it needs to conduct business properly. So I'm not in favor until February. I'm not in favor of waiting until May. I'm in favor of it being the very next January meeting.
And when do you want the applications to come in?
I think there should probably be a deadline, like maybe Monday before or Tuesday before the meeting, so that there is time for the city council members to take a look at those and review those and be prepared.
Mayor Pro Tem, our next council meeting is for next week to consider. It's a special meeting. Would you be open
Correct.
to? Would you be open to it being on the agenda for that meeting?
I would.
Ashley?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just making a motion that we postpone it. Shannon, will you help me? When is not the next meeting next week for the special meeting? When's the next city council meeting?
The next regular meeting is January 28th,
Okay.
2 weeks from today.
Okay, and what's the February meeting?
February 11th.
Okay, I may make a motion that we possibly wait till February 11th, make the deadline February 10th, and then we could go through the interview process. So I make a motion, we just push it to February the 11th. And that way we can get all the applicants in.
So just to be clear, deadline of February 10th is in your motion with appointment on the 11th.
Yes, ma'am. Or, yes, ma'am. For the deadline is the 10th, and then we will do the interview process on the 11th at the city council meeting.
We don't have any candidate. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be speaking in the middle of waiting for another motion, but the last day to call the election is February 12th, which would be the next day. And we don't know what's going to happen in the next month. So I don't know if putting it right there at the deadline.
Oh, because that's the deadline for the 12th is the deadline for May's election.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then can we I make a motion that possibly we make the deadline for the Friday the 5th, February the 5th, and then do the interview process on the 11th, and then that way we can all be happy and get somebody in immediately. Pretty much, they're just going to miss the 28th meeting. So I make a motion. That's what we do is we put it deadline for the 5th and do the interview process on the 11th, and that gives everybody a fair chance to be a part of our team once again.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor. And do we have a second on that approach to this? Okay, so we're not going to have a second to appoint on the 11th of February and the deadline to be the 10th for people to get their resume in for this open council seat.
I like the idea of let's do it as soon as possible. So I'd like to make a motion that we put this on the agenda for the special meeting next week. And the deadline for applications is before the meeting starts.
I'll second that.
So we've had a motion made for the 11th that has died without a second. We have another motion on the floor that Sam Eason has made to have this worked into the special section next, what date is it, the 20th, Shannon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you want the applications in, Sam, when?
Just before the meeting starts.
Since it will be virtual, do we want to say 5 o'clock to give you time for me to collect them and send them to you?
Sure, 5 p.m. since it's virtual.
Okay, now Elaine, are you okay with that for a second?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, so we're open to vote if we have no more discussion relative to Sam's motion for us to do this on January the 20th, and have the applications in before 5 o'clock. Pardon me, on January the 20th. Sam, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any more discussion? Okay, let's go for a vote. Josh?
Aye.
Elaine?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
And Ashley?
Nay.
Nay. So the motion passes 3-1. Okay, can we go on to the next item? Is everybody on board?
Yes.
Okay, which is, Shannon, we went back.
Agenda item L.
L, okay. Cynthia, this is yours. Discussion, any necessary action, and this doesn't need a vote. Amending Article 13.03 relative to solid waste of the city's code of ordinances. And Cynthia, you've kind of been cleaning house. Tell us what this is all about.
Yes, excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. This item agenda, as you know, we have a new waste connections contract, solid waste contract. And we are aligning that ordinance to match the contract. Our ordinance is not very clear, so the way that we have cleaned this up will give clarity for what I think the intention is of the council and certainly of the contract. Carvin, I know you and I have had a lot of discussion. I don't know if you wanted to chime in or if anybody has any questions on this item.
Just a reminder, we had not procured a new contract for over 20 years. And likewise, the ordinance had not particularly been looked at for probably 20 some odd years. So when the new contract was created, there were some tweaks and some changes in the ordinance. I agree with Cynthia's assessment. Basically, the ordinance is just trying to line the two so that the ordinance and the contract line up.
Josh?
So Cynthia, is this just ministerial? You need an approval to pass this, to approve it, the change?
This is an ordinance amendment.
I've got
Then I'll make a motion to approve.
Before we, okay, I'll wait for a second or no second.
Go ahead, Sam.
One of the issues that I've heard when we were in very short term given the contracts for this, and we made a decision at the end of October, we were operating on insufficient information, and we didn't have, when we asked questions, we didn't get answers. And specifically, I look at this amendment and I'm looking at section 13.03.002, containers required. There are people that live in my neighborhood that have complained to me that they're having to buy a second container, and I believe it's going to cost them extra every month in order to have it. And they have a lot of children, and one container is not sufficient. Also, I've heard from people that live in Crown Point, and they're saying they have kids, they have more than one container's worth, and the containers are so large, they don't have any place to put them. So part of the mistake that we made at the end of October was to agree to this contract so that people had to have these gigantic containers, and now we have people being required to use them, and so they're now going to be forced to end up paying more than they were previously. So
okay,
we have a contract. However, I object to the 13.03.002 section being forced upon us forever.
okay. Thanks, Sam and Ashley.
I am so happy, Sam, you acknowledged that you were wrong, because I voted against that. We needed to readdress back then that our bulk pickup, which would have helped our bulk pickup, keeping it twice, either once a month or, once a week, something like that is what I asked everyone, because I know those big bulky trash cans. So I'm so happy that you're addressing that you were wrong, and I wish we would have looked into the contract, but the contract was out and we should have given the residents an ample opportunity to speak on it. But and Cynthia even spoke to Julie today that I'm noticing that which it's probably just working out the kinks, that there are residents that don't have the green trash can. And there's also residents are using other trash cans, which they shouldn't be, they should just be purchasing the extra $5 to get the extra trash can instead of purchasing a large one. I mean, I have a large one that I think we spent $150 at Home Depot, just speaking out loud, that I'm never going to use again. I just keep my trash in it. But I'm happy that you're looking into our ordinances and especially our trash. I think we have a lot of other issues. But yes, $5 or saying we should have kept the bulk pickup would have helped alleviate some of the issues. So, but does anybody else have to speak? I second, Josh, that we accept it.
So Ashley, you're quite the diplomat. And
really?
I said that I was trying to get more questions asked and get more answers. But you like to jump straight into saying that someone was wrong when they were trying to get questions answered. So you need to maybe work on your diplomatic skills just a touch.
Yes, sir. I'm just giving you a hard time because I was not in favor and you went at me because of the fact that you wanted to vote it in. You should have done your homework, but it's okay. I'm just giving you a hard time. A little playing fair here. So.
Okay. Cynthia, is the amendment, which I have not had a chance to read all the way through, did we address dumpsters as not being allowed in the city, or are we swinging there off the road?
Correct. I mean, we have an exclusive franchise agreement. Primarily, the issues that we're really trying to clarify is that all residents are required to have residential service, which is the 95-gallon carts that Waste Connections provides. All residents also are required to partake of the trash services that we provide. That's what the exclusive contract is. So we're telling Waste Connections that you have the exclusive right to collect the trash from all the residents. And I think, after talking with Carmen, you can jump in anytime, but our ordinance is really, as it has been written for 20 years, has not been clear, even though he agrees that it does indicate that. What we're doing is really tightening up the ordinance. You guys know there's a lot of issues with our ordinance throughout, where it's really not applicable, they're not clear, they're conflicting, and this is just one incidence where it is it's just not clear, it's not in alignment. So we are clearing that up, bringing it to you, making sure that the ordinance matches the contract.
Okay, my question was, did we address dumpsters in the ordinance, period? Is there somewhere in there that says you can't have an ordinance and can't have a dumpster, not an ordinance?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, I want a dumpster. Can I have it? And what tells me I cannot have it? I really don't.
You need one of the big green trash cans, Joanne?
No, sir, I'm being facetious, Sam. We've had people complain about dumpsters being moved. And I think our ordinance needs to say, if that's what we want, no ordinance or no dumpster, or you can have 50 of them. I think we need to specifically address it, not say it's, I personally probably would not know if Cynthia hadn't been nice enough to explain it to me, the term franchise agreement, what that really meant. And so now I'm just asking, what tells me that I cannot have a dumpster in addition to my green trash can?
Because you're required to have residential service, and residential service is the 95-gallon trash cart, not a commercial dumpster.
And that is in the ordinance.
Yes.
that says no dumpsters.
I
I
make,
don't think it is, and I think it needs to be in there. Ashley?
oh, go ahead. I'll let
I'm
Cynthia.
sorry, I thought you were wanting to say something.
I was, but I'll let Cynthia just.
Mayor, I'm sorry, are you asking if the current ordinance says no dumpsters? Or are you asking if the proposed ordinance says no
The
dumpsters?
proposed ordinance. If
The
Sam put a dumpster out, how would he know shouldn't put it out?
Because he has residential service. Carvin, can you speak to that? I don't think we actually put no dumpsters in residences. We said it's got to be residential service, which is defined as the 95-gallon carts.
That's correct. That's the way it works. Is you're not allowed to have anything other than the residential service, and residential service is the 95-gallon can. So we did not put in there a sentence that says you may have no dumpster.
Should we put that in there?
Well, but let's also consider when someone is building a home, because when I built my home, I had a dumpster on site so that the trash created by the construction crew would have a place to go. So
that's an exception under the for construction like that. That's an exception.
Yes.
Is that in the ordinance?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I believe Josh made a motion to accept the ordinance. Could I add one provision to your motion, Josh, that ordinance expire with the expiration of the contract with Waste Connections?
Waste management.
Waste management. Because the contract. Pardon?
I concur with you.
Okay, thank you. And then I will second that.
Josh, can you just, we got lost. Can you just say what you're just approving? Can you just state what your motion is? Sorry.
Sure. Making a motion that we accept the ordinance with the change that it expires upon the contract expiration date.
I'm in
Okay, now let me play devil's advocate. If we extend the contract, that would extend the ordinance, am I correct?
The draft ordinance as amended would require the citizens to use the garbage service provided by the city or its designee. So if you allow the current contract to expire or you choose to procure a new one, you don't really have to change the ordinance. They would be required to use the city's designee. That's the key to the franchise. We negotiate an exclusive franchise contract with a service provider, and then they provide the service. And the ordinance basically requires the citizens to conform to our designee. And we just tried to match up the ordinance to match up with the existing contract.
So we really don't need to kill the amendment when the trash service contract expires, because it should apply to a follow-on contractor.
I would prefer to leave the ordinance in place, and if you want to instruct staff to bring the ordinance back for reconsideration prior to the next renewal date, I think that would be an appropriate way to address this rather than having the ordinance expire. There's a lot of potential mischief for ordinances expiring if we happen to forget to address them, or, heaven forbid, we're all on a bus somewhere and we get run over and none of us remember that the ordinance expired until it's too late. So I would generally recommend against doing that.
Sam, you okay with removing that?
Yes, sir.
All right, final answer. Motion to approve as is.
Yes, sir. I second.
Okay, let's vote. Cynthia's ready to go home, I can tell. Okay, Josh,
Aye.
Elaine,
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
and Ashley.
Aye.
Okay, the motion has been approved, and we will go with the current amendment to the contract. Okay, now Shannon, point me to the next one, since we've moved stuff around. Okay, do we want to go ahead and talk about the facilities assessment? Cynthia, are you ready for
Yes,
that?
agenda
Have
item.
Him is in Mary. Okay,
Yes.
discussion and any necessary action regarding facilities assessment conditions report.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Council members, as you know, you directed staff to look at our facilities and conduct an assessment conditions report. So we did that, myself, along with Sean Dinsmore, the Public Works Director, and really all the department heads worked with Sean on that. I have a PowerPoint, and there's a few assumptions I'd like to, you guys got the raw data that we included in the packet. And so those assumptions may not have been in there. I can't remember, I'm sorry. And so I wanted to start with this, and Sean and I were going to somewhat tag team this presentation. So this report, basically the assumptions, we just want to make sure we're all operating from the same understanding, is that it is high level, and it would require architect, structural engineer to develop plans, specifications, and estimates based on a thorough evaluation in order to get an actual bid. These represent the costs that we have in here, represent the costs of construction alone, not design. And typically the industry standard, if construction cost, you know, they're gonna, if construction costs are $1 million, I mean, the engineering is typically anywhere from 15 to 20% of that. We're using an industry average for commercial remodels. That's $275 a square foot. And again, if you are wanting to look at addressing more limited specific facility issues, that's a whole nother protocol that you might want to look at as far as next steps. The costs listed here in the report are budgeted costs, so specifically the maintenance costs don't represent what it would actually take to address some of these specific items that may need to be addressed. This is only ongoing maintenance and what has been included in each department's budget. So with that being the case, we'll start with the police department. Sean, are you on the line still? Are you with us?
Yes, I'm still with you.
Okay. I didn't see, I didn't see. So can you see the screen?
I got a printout because I can't see that screen.
Okay, so what we did was we basically looked at each facility that the city has, and that's going to be the fire department, the police department, the old city hall, the senior center, community center, and the old school building. We looked at, we kind of categorized it by structural issues, roof, mechanical, electrical, plumbing. And so you all have that report in front of you, just the raw data. There are several structural issues. Sean did get with some folks to bring in and evaluate some of these areas. Looking at these in the police department, there's foundation repair, interior cracks, transition between the two buildings. They don't meet, they're not ADA compliant and don't meet the OSHA requirements and standards. The roof leaks in several areas that will either need to be repaired or replaced. The AC needs to be replaced. The electrical, the breaker box panels need to be replaced or updated. There are no smoke detectors or emergency signs. And plumbing, there's no known issues, but it will need to be compliant with ADA. So when you look again, just at a high level cost of that, you're looking at the year that it was built is 1985. The maintenance costs, utility, pest control, approximately 5560 per, that represents fiscal year 2021. Current office space is 6, and we talked in the last council meeting about marrying our space needs with our staff needs. So looking in the future, police have estimated that they will need 7 office spaces. That building has 27,000 square feet. So at 275, you're looking at construction costs, contingency, and soft costs of 926. We do have some pictures that we can go over, and this is a close-up, but this is basically that space between the 2 buildings. And so what you're seeing here is a tape measure that comes across, so you can see how it dips down and really creates an unsafe environment there. And then that is going, the second picture is the transition area going into the back building. This is another view of that same area. There are multiple roof leaks. Doesn't look like that changed. This is the electrical panel. Sean, can you see the pictures? Do you want to speak to any of these? Because I know you had some.
Yes. Yeah, when I brought the contractor in there, they looked at that panel. And I know the police chief made a comment that I think he's wanting a washer dryer hookup. The electrician was very concerned that the panel will need to be upgraded, but also that this might not have been installed correctly because it wasn't inspected. And so they're recommending actually a full rewiring because they would hate to not do it correctly and something happen.
Okay. So here's some more of the wiring that you see going across the ceiling. The picture on the right is indicates that structural foundation repair will be needed.
Yeah, and also on that foundation, from the measure from the middle of the floor, on the east and west side, the foundation has dropped 2 inches. And so again, you'll see that foundation crack. And so that's what it is. Actually, both sides of the office slope out. And two, I just want to also say that the office spaces, there's truly 2 offices. The others are like cubby areas that are police officers. So there's like not true 7 or 6 offices. It's you have the police chief's office and then the 2 sergeants' office, and the rest of them are cubby holes, and so or little off desk areas, but not true offices. So if there's going to be separate offices, there'll be additional rooms to be built.
Hey, Sean, this is Josh.
Yes.
On the foundation repair, is this building set on a slab, or is this something we can jack up to fix the foundation, or is it going to take a lot more to fix the slab? What kind of foundation are we looking at?
We aren't office sure. They just had their guy do a visual walk around and then went inside and did electronic measuring. Again, when we get that far in, you'll have to have a structural engineer actually get into it. Unless somebody knows the history of that, I have not heard. I just heard that the community itself added on, and that's about it. That's all the kind of feedback I got.
Well, the police are clearly in a deplorable state. I think our police department deserves better, and our citizens deserve better, having a better police department.
I'm ashamed that we let, this is the first time I've seen any of the pictures. I'm ashamed the past 3 years we have let them work in these conditions, that it's not been addressed sooner now. But I know that we saved money by the Lance to installing and doing half of this whenever he worked with us. So we saved money on that, but I'm embarrassed that, and Chief Love, I see you're on the screen. I apologize that you work in these conditions, and hopefully we can get you something as soon as possible, but it's shameful.
Yeah, we had a plan. It got voted down.
Yeah, sure did.
Well, let me make a comment. We've made improvements since I've been here. We've added LED lighting and put in conduit to get it wired correctly. You know, it serves us pretty well with what we have. Of course, we'd love to have better, but I'll be honest with you, I've worked in worse in my career. So I appreciate your concerns.
Sam, back to what you were saying about the bond, but the police and the fire station was not in the 4.7 million. I don't want to get into that tonight, but I think that we should have had it in there, had something for them. So Officer Love, we'll hopefully get you something, but thank you. Thank you for your hard work as well.
I like you're trying to take cheap shots, Ashley, but there's using the new facility, it was about a third of it was going to be for the police department, so that the entire police department would have a whole new facility. So I guess you didn't stay up to date on how that was going to be used.
Sam, I do, and I'm not trying to put your big boy panties on, and I'm not trying to throw shots. We're not talking about the bond. So, hey, I'm using what was said tonight. So I'm not trying to throw shots. Sean, you can go ahead. I'm just sad that they're
lots of negative shots, Ashley. Lots of negative.
I'm glad we can get along, Sam. You look so cute with your dog there too.
Okay, so the next pictures moving on are the bathrooms, and they're not ADA compliant. You know, we have an area where it's used as storage. And again, the flooring needs to be replaced. It's coming apart there. And this is more pictures of that. The commercial vent hood and is right there. It's not hardwired. Detectors are required. Smoke detectors are required. Excuse me. This is essentially the interior doorways, just demonstrating that they're not ADA compliant. They need to be a minimum of 32. And this is for the shower area, the kitchen, conference room, bathroom, and that storage area. So moving on then to the fire department, again, just in that same vein with the structural, roof, mechanical, and electrical and plumbing. The bathroom doorways and numbered are not ADA compliant, don't meet OSHA requirements. The bunk room ceiling tiles are warped, excessive moisture. There again, there have been some improvements, but a lot of them, I mean, they weren't inspected and they didn't meet code. So a lot of things need to be brought up to code. Asbestos removal, as most of you know, will be required. That's the conversation that we've had. There's the roof does leak and the ceiling insulation is falling apart. On the mechanical side, the AC will need to be replaced. The dryer vent needs to be installed. The bunker gear cleaning equipment will need to be installed. And the electrical, there's, again, work was done, but it needs to be brought up to code because extension cords were used as wiring. Again, no smoke detectors or emergency exit signs. Not all the shower heads work. The bathroom in the rear does not have water, so obviously it doesn't work. When you look at just some of the stats there, the numbers, it was built in the 50s or 60s, as far as we can gather. Sean, do you want to talk to some of this information, or you want to wait for the pictures?
I mean, I can go ahead and talk. Like I said, you know, we all know that was the gymnasium for the school. Didn't have a specific date. The fire chief provided this information about his maintenance cost and about the year that was approximate of when this was built. But going through here with the contractor, this is probably one of the biggest hurdles, is because a lot of this stuff will have to take structural engineering because of the ADOT block. That is the walls that have to be moved out or widened. Two, it's as the city grows, the volunteer fire department will grow too. There's male and female staff. We have to provide areas for shower changing areas for male and female staff, and also just for the fact that there are so many, more than 15, we have to provide multiple different bathrooms. Again, as you can see, the cost is probably one of the largest costs, is that estimated at 2.4. However, we won't know that number until we actually get a structural engineer and an architect to actually dive deep into this project. And so, I mean, Cynthia, you go to the next slide. Okay.
Well, okay, I was going through. Yeah, if you can.
Okay, there it is. I was trying to catch up to you. All right, as you can see again, the bathroom, and from what I understand, like the bathroom for this is near the bunk room, and I do believe from my previous conversation with the fire chief, this was kind of used as a secondary bathroom for when there was council meetings there. However, I do not believe that's the safest thing for the citizens, because you never know when the fire department gets a call and you have citizens roaming around into the fire department. That should not be allowed. Fire department should be secured. Two, that they have items that don't need to be messed with. So that will go back to the community center, and needs to be upgraded too. But however, again, the bathroom doesn't meet the radius, and I do believe Cynthia, yeah, you got that picture of what the radius is for a bathroom, and this will go for all bathrooms. At least one bathroom needs to be ADA compliant in the firehouse, and so you can see where from the toilet to the sink, there has to be a certain amount of distance. There has to be a turning radius, and you can see that diagram what that turning radius is. And that is what the new code, and I do believe that code was passed in 2015. Okay. Next slide. Again, you can see that this is the bunk room. They use they also have to use a window unit to help cool, and so that window unit actually truly needs to be removed, and proper central heating and air with a proper return to keep the moisture out. As you can see, there's moisture. And the vents, you can see where the mold is beginning to form around some of the vents. So we need to, again, address this area, replace the ceiling tile. The fire department has told me that there's animals that have fallen through the roof on them at nighttime. And so, this is, I consider this unacceptable living quarters for volunteer firefighters. And so we do need to address this. Next one is the shower area and the locker room area, discussing with the fire chief. This could be used as a co-ed shower area where you can separate it because you have enough shower heads. And so it would have to be designed to accommodate that, and also a separate area for possibly the female firefighters. And so again, this is the area that we're talking about, but again, we'll have to take design from an architect to make this work. The shower has an open channel. Again, it's not safe. Somebody could slip and twist an ankle in that open channel. Again, all this needs to be brought up to standards. Bathroom, this secondary bathroom is the one in the back corner. Again, the door is not ADA. The separation between the urinal and the toilet is not ADA. And again, the radius. And so again, it's just more pictures of what needs to be brought up to date. The roof insulation, as you can see, I don't know if this was original installation. Most likely, probably it is. but as you can see, it is not doing its purpose. It's cracking, falling in. Not only is the ceiling insulation need to be redone, also the spray insulation on the walls will need to be sprayed back in. There are holes that look like maybe previous lights or some type of device was connected to the walls. They were removed. You can actually see daylight outside the walls. Those will need to be fixed and repaired. But again, the ceiling and the wall insulations need to be fixed. And so that's the assessment on the fire department. And it's going to be, like I said, it's going to take a major design and really review of that to make sure we address all the needs for that volunteer fire department. Okay. The old city hall. When I brought the contractors in there, there's some demoing that still needs to be done. So their suggestion is just go ahead and complete demo it. There's old panel boxes in there, and so structurally the interior needs to be redemoed. Engineering planning is needed to be fully assess the interior office spaces. We need to be able to again get with an architect. As the city grows, we need to make sure that we not only supply enough office spaces for our current, but also a few more office spaces for our future growth if this is what we decide. One of the HVAC is the R22. It's recommended to go ahead and replace that one. And also maybe even the actually 410A might need to, because as long as they sit there, they're concerned about drawing a vacuum and not even getting a good vacuum on it. Again, complete plumbing and electrical demo. One half of the facility does not have a floor. There's two options. We can do pour concrete in there with a beam floor, or we can do piers. And so again, that's all the design will have to come when we just sit down and decide what we want to do. No roof leaks. And again, electrical, plumbing, and all that stuff needs to be removed and redesigned. Next page. Again, built in 1904. No cost that, in the last couple of years, there has not been any cost to it due to the fact that it's been vacant. The current lease space has 5. The future, we would lease at least 8. You can see what the square footage is, about 2,700 square feet. And then the cost is, estimated cost is about 900,000, almost $1 million. And then the next thing, you'll just see the pictures of the old breaker boxes, the old weatherhead outside. All that stuff will need to be removed and redesigned. This is a picture of the old AC, the R22, which has been phased out, supposed to be phased out in the year 2020. And then again, the framework just needs to be all redone. I think the pictures explain, is very explanatory. Like I said, I recommend that we just remove everything and start on an empty canvas. So, and again, Cynthia, you want to go over the old school building?
Yeah, we won't spend a lot of time. I think, we've done that. And so just again, I think you guys know, we do have the design on that. So obviously it needs a complete demo. Engineering and plan design's already been completed. And these are pretty much the stats on that. Which you guys, I think, pretty much know, so we won't spend a lot of time there. The community center, on that one, again, the structural, roof, mechanical, electrical, we had some of this. I think some of these things you were probably familiar with. Bathrooms do need to be brought up to ADA compliance, and the number of bathrooms as well. And the AC unit will need to be replaced. The hot water heater sits directly on the floor, so that doesn't meet code. Again, I think the design will be important on this, depending on what you all want to do. Here are the stats for that. and how you would want to use it. I know we've talked about that in the past, but that'll be need to be reevaluated as well. So the community center, these are some pictures. Of course, we've probably been in this building quite a bit. Sign of roof leaks. Sean, the TML adjuster came out and I don't think we've gotten that final report, correct?
No, and I reached out to them last week. I was supposed to have it already, but I have not received it. And they did do assessment of all city buildings.
Okay. And then this is the bathroom. We know it's not ADA compliant. These are just some pictures. Again, items that will need to be brought up to code there. And this is the kitchen I think most of us are pretty familiar with. The next one is the senior center. Shonda, do you want to go through this one?
Yeah, just reviewing it, just to bring it more energy efficient and up to date is recommended because it seems like there's some warping on the walls, and it could be from the moisture from the windows, since those windows are not energy efficient, or a leak in the roof. They haven't determined that yet. But again, replace the windows for more energy efficient windows. There's some eaves around the building that are falling apart. Those will need to be redone. They do cooking in there, and so a commercial vent hood will need to be installed, and then they would need to make sure they follow all updated codes. Again, there's no smoke detectors, no emergency exit signs. Right now, there's no plumbing. And then truly, we need to probably do a full ADA assessment on all our facilities, just to make sure that we are ADA compliant on everything, on the ramps, even especially the PD on their ramp coming into the side of their building, make sure everything is ADA compliant. And so we will need a full ADA assessment on all our facilities. Senior building was, from my understanding, was built in the 60s. Approximate square foot about 1,000, and again, based on the square footage, about $377,000. And then there's the pictures. You can see the paneling pulling apart, and then you can see where the eaves. So the contractors will know if it's the water getting underneath the eaves or the windows not being very energy efficient, causing the warping. However, both need to be replaced anyways. Again, pictures of the front door and the back door showing that there's no exit signs, hardwired exit signs. The kitchen, they do, again, cook, so commercial vent hood will need to be done. And then also no smoke detectors in that area. And that's just a couple of overview pictures of the windows and the end of the kitchen. And then for Public Works, Public Works was from my understanding, was built by city staff. From my understanding, there's no permits or inspections done on what was installed. The bathrooms, one that don't meet ADA compliant on the width, and so that one bathroom will need at least be addressed to widen to meet ADA compliant. And that is right now the assessment we have, just a high level assessment that we saw that needs to be done. But again, we need to really get if we want to dive deep and get this fixed, then we do need to bring an architect in and have a real good design on what needs to be done.
So again, that going back to the assumptions, I mean, that is if we're going to totally remodel, we're still going to, if we're just going to try to say, okay, let's prioritize some of these needs and address them, we're still going to have to come in and have structural engineers come in and, structural architects come in and give us an assessment and really kind of get plans and prioritize what potential costs might be associated with just addressing the actual needs. There's other levels you could do, and council just needs to determine, what their next steps are and how you're going to use the facilities overall, and you can kind of take that approach from there.
Anybody have any
Cynthia, I had a
questions?
question. Yeah, I did. So Cynthia, if I just do some quick math real quick, to update all these buildings, we're looking at over $10 million based on the math that y'all put in here. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we would have passed the bond to build a new municipal complex, that would have built all new buildings except for the old city hall, correct? So we wouldn't need to update any of these other buildings because that would all been taken care of with the bond?
No, Josh, I don't believe it would have.
It wouldn't have taken care of the fire department.
Oh,
It would,
sorry.
the
fire
bond
department as
only
well.
took care of the face of the fire department and the community center,
Right.
not the interior part of the fire department.
Okay, so if we would have worked it in to get the fire department upgraded, that still would have been well under the 10 million that we're looking at here. Is that correct? Assuming, I know you can't give me an absolute, right?
It would have been much less. I mean,
So-
we.
Okay, so what I'm getting at, Sean, I know you've been doing this a long time. Your professional opinion as our public works director, what would be the best use of the city's money looking at this? Would it be to sit here and try and figure out ways to update a little bit here and a little bit there to get everything done? Or would it be best that we build one big new building that takes care of all these problems? Because in my experience, it's always easier to build new than it is to go back in and fix a bunch of other broken down stuff.
You'll see nowadays where most people, most cities are building one large building for everybody.
Right.
Trying to, fix what we have. Yeah. We could be just putting money down the drain. I hate to say that. For long term, for short term, we'll satisfy our needs. But when we're talking about tax dollars, we want to make sure that we use tax dollars wisely that are for the 10 to 15 to 20 year time frame. And so anything that we do, we need to really look and make sure that we be able to stretch that dollar for the tax dollars out long term and not waste money.
Because y'all just, like you said, y'all just did a brief overview of the building. So when you start widening these door frames and making things ADA accessible, you might be finding termites or mold or something else in there that's going to completely destroy everything.
Yes,
right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because not knowing how it was built, that especially the fire department, that was one of the biggest concerns with the builder, was not knowing what can and cannot be moved. And so when you start doing that, you could run into without actual design engineer plans and actually a structural engineer giving you the permission basically to remove that wall.
Right.
We're asking for trouble.
Cynthia, what was the total? Was it 10 million for all of it? Was it 10 million is what Josh said? And then, and if Fitch is still on the line, I just want to apologize that he works in this as well. This is sad. And that what was on the bond was only to give him a facelift pretty much on the front. So it's sickening looking at all these pictures. So thank you, Sean, as well. But Cynthia, what is the total amount? All of 10 million?
I have to add that up real quick. We can add that up real quick.
I've already added that up. 10,464,608.
Okay. Thank you, Sam.
And again, this is not knowing what we would discover in trying to renovate these things. It could go up from there.
It also doesn't include the exterior.
Didn't address parking either. So parking at the old city hall, for example, if we were gonna use that as city hall, parking would be an issue there.
And also to address City Hall, being able to expand City Hall would be kind of difficult. We have an ordinance of a sanitary control easement because we do have a well there, that there can't be any construction within 150 feet of that water well.
I guess the big question is, what are we going to do with this information? Right?
We get grants for it, and I know that's coming up, but since the bond didn't pass, it sounds like we need just to get a whole new facility for both the police and the fire department. But is there grants that we can get to help alleviate some of this cost?
Yeah, I believe Elaine and Joanne have information on that coming up.
Yeah, but it's actually on water and sewer. No,
Right.
it's not on new stuff. There may be more grants available, but right now, to get the most points and all that, it has to address more water treatment. But hey, it's a starting place, and we'll get to that later on. Elaine?
Hi, Elaine.
Hi. I've lived and breathed this issue for the city for a number of months. Like, it was my campaign, actually, was to try to save the old buildings and to try to revitalize the historical older area of Rome. And so I'd already looked at all these buildings. I'd already kind of done an assessment. I'd already looked at alternative funding. I'd already shaken some trees for private donations, all kinds of things. And so it was very disappointing that the bond didn't pass, because there were many good things that would put us on the path to be able to save the buildings. But that didn't pass. And so we have to look at the reality of, can we save the buildings? Is that really what we need to do in the best interest of Rome? Or do we need to come up with another piece of land and build a big facility and then actually sell or destroy the original buildings? I'd just like to clarify some things that, I did some historical work here on this subject matter. And I look at history not to blame. I look at history to learn. And you understand that, I'm sure. But one of the things that we have to consider here is the old City Hall. There was an opportunity back many years ago to put a new roof on that when that building had a roof leak. It was patched, but it wasn't monitored or inspected. The roof continued to leak, and eventually black mold set in that building. And so there's lots of things that happened, and you've seen what was left of that after the city was required to mitigate that. Having been around some of that mitigation stuff before, it's expensive, it's highly regulated, you don't have much options when those kinds of things happen. But the reality is that the school, the old City Hall was purchased in about 1975. school buildings about 1980. But most importantly, the ADA compliance law was signed into effect in 1990. So the city of Rome has had 30 years to get these buildings in compliance. They've had 30 years to invest in their infrastructure in all fashions, and anything the city owns is infrastructure. And so what we learned from what happened there at the old city hall by not doing proper maintenance then was now it's grown into this huge bill, this huge amount of money to get it back in usable condition. But there were other things that happened in that process as well. So the black mold came, we had to relocate staff, had to get into the mitigation business, but the first thing we had to do was get it in the dry so that the leak would stop. And so to borrow the money to get the leak taken care of so the building would stop rotting, we had to, from what I understand, the city borrowed the money. The only thing was there was no equity in the building. Basically, it was worthless. So it couldn't be used for collateral, and we had to use one of the police department's vehicles for collateral to borrow the money to get the roof on, and some other things. I think they did some other things. Another bad thing that happened, from what I understand, was when they filed their insurance claim, the insurance company wouldn't pay the claim because they cited that building neglect, that the city had neglected to maintain their buildings, and so therefore they weren't liable, and they weren't going to pay, and they didn't. So the lesson learned here is that with all of this information that we have, out of the 7 buildings that was discussed here, only 2 appear to be dry. That's the old school building, and that's the old city hall, both of which are unusable. The other 5 buildings are suspect of having a water leak, having a roof leak, or their eaves are leaking, or whatever. And so we are now in a situation where we may have black mold growing or other types of things that are similar to that in our other buildings. So these are not optional things. We have to deal with these buildings. The other thing that I want to point out about my research on all of this stuff is that we've taken a lot of heat, at least the 3 years that I've been on the city council, from the public at large, that we spend way too much money on engineers. We spend way too much money on architects. We spend way too much money researching and looking at all of these issues that have to do with permitting compliance. But I'm here to say that it's required by our own ordinances to take those steps, and every other entity in this town are required to do the same, to assess what the needs are, to deal with those in fashion that meets our ordinances, meets our building requirements, meets our permitting requirements, and yet it's the city who hasn't been doing that, which is sad. So this isn't something that just happened in the last few years. This has been going on for a long time. And so this complacency, this Band-Aid approach, this we'll fix it ourselves and not worry about permitting, is actually against our oath of office. We take an oath on the city council to say that we will uphold the city ordinance. We will uphold the state laws. We will uphold the state constitution. That we will uphold the federal laws and the federal constitution. And so, 1990, there was a law that was passed on a national level that we are 30 years behind being compliant. So we have to make some decisions here. We can't ignore it. We can't board it up and leave it. It's not allowed. We wouldn't allow anybody else in this town to board up these kinds of problems and walk away from it. So we have to deal with it in some fashion. The other thing that I've looked at is financing. It will be difficult because of the condition of the buildings. I've heard a lot of people say, well, we don't want to be in debt. Well, when you don't take care of your buildings and they continue to deteriorate, the equity that's in the buildings continues to decline. The cost to repair the building continues to increase. So the difference between those two numbers, value versus the money necessary to bring it back up to operational condition, is debt. It's debt on paper, it's debt in reality. So whether we owe it to the bank or we owe it to ourselves, we are in debt over these buildings. So it's going to be a hard decision to make. It's going to be an expensive decision to make. Now, one of the other things that I learned was when we were working on the bond, it didn't pass, and so we can't go around beating that horse, but we can learn from that. And what we learned from it was we went through the process of doing everything according to city ordinances, getting the evaluation on the buildings, getting it in the dry so that the school building would stop deteriorating. We made sure that we had the investigative work done. We made sure that we had engineering and the architectural work so that a plan could be developed, so that if we got to the point where we could go for bids, then we had all the information that we needed to have that accomplished. There were many good things that would have happened. It would have been one of the major steps in trying to save the building. We would have been able to be compliant, be safe, healthy, and have our employees working in safe and healthy facilities, and also been prepared for growth in several departments. The police department, the community building, all of the municipal court, all of the meeting area for the common area for the city, and all the administrative buildings, which would then have given us some other opportunities. When other lending institutions or grant opportunities come about and they see the commitment that a town has made, then that opens up other opportunities. Fire departments have the best ability to get grants, but they have to have proof that the city is committed and going to make an investment. And we also had people that were ready to make private contributions to the city if the bond had passed. But it didn't. And by not passing, we didn't have that commitment then that would have helped us secure some other funds to address these other building needs. So what we've learned is there's a right way to do the planning. It takes time. It takes money to do the planning in the proper way. But we can't ignore the fact that we have a responsibility here. Every city council has had the same, it's been 30 years of city council and 30 years of mayors and 30 years of appointed people that have taken the oath that we would follow these rules and regulations within our own city and with our own government that we have pledged to. And so the bond would have made a difference. It would have made the very first step in saving the building. It would have made the very first step in getting compliant. It would have made the very first step in getting our employees working in safe facilities and asking our citizens to come into safe facilities. But so we can't do that for 3 years. We can't go back and ask for a bond that has anything to do with buildings for 3 years. So we have to decide, Do we want to tread water for 3 years and try to do what we can? Like get up, get detectors up, for crying out loud, to get emergency exit up, to get the holes in the walls cleared up. I mean, there are some things that we can do, but even that is going to require us to find money elsewhere. And it's probably going to be one of two sources that we have to consider. Borrow the money, but having viable collateral is going to be a challenge. Or we're going to have to raise taxes. Now, I know the city has said for a long time that they are proud of the fact that we are in the lower echelon of the tax rate for the Wise County. I'm not sure that that's something we should brag about, because what we've also had is a downward trend in our tax rate, but we also had a downward trend in our commitment to our own infrastructure. Now the cost has gotten higher and higher, and it's going to be even higher because of COVID. And like I said, it's going to be difficult to come up with that money.
Elaine,
So,
may I interject here? We've got to move on. It's 9:38.
sure.
Can we or should we set up a workshop to look at some of these where we can have interaction more than what the law allows us as a council meeting? Could you work on setting up a workshop?
Yeah, I can do that, and I think that's a good idea. I think I've mentioned that previously, that it's a lot to take in. I mean, it's complicated. It's multifaceted. It's a huge need, and I don't think it can be digested. And I'm sorry I've rained on so many things here. It's information that we just can't ignore, and we really have to move forward. We owe it to our city, we owe it to ourselves, but most of all, we've taken an oath and we have to be responsible.
Okay, you let us know what would work as a workshop and what we need to do. Ashley has her hand up.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to say thank you, Elaine, for your passion in our buildings. So I just can't say thank you enough. And I wish some of our citizens could have seen all of the facilities, and for the fire department, which is just going to be a facelift. I am saddened to, just like you, that we've let everything go over the years, and you just put a Band-Aid. We let a ex-employee do all of it to save money, but it wasn't saving money. It's just causing, further on down the road, a bigger problem. So I'm with you. Let's do a workshop so we can all address this and it be our only focus for the evening. But thank you again, Elaine. I greatly appreciate it. And thank you, Cynthia and Sean.
We still need to recognize that the clock is ticking on where our city administration is working. Currently, where Cynthia and Shannon and the other ladies are working, clock's ticking on that lease. So we've done this evaluation of these buildings, and we still need to have a place for them to work. And, eventually we're going to have in-person meetings again. And so we're going to need to have a place for us to meet. There's significant work that needs to be done in a very, very short amount of time.
Sam, I have some information, and it may or not fly with you guys, on some estimated cost, what we can do to the old city hall. I've got ballpark estimates, certainly not specific estimates, but from some contractors, and you'll be, I believe, pleased with the dollar value. And these were competent contractors. I'm sorry, dear, I didn't hear you.
Who were the contractors you used?
I don't want to give their names yet, but they were people, well, because I'm on a public facility here, If we move to executive session, I'll be glad to give them to you when we get to that part of the agenda. Because
if you're going to be giving us a public number, then we have a right to know the source of that number publicly.
what did I just say? That I would give them to you in executive session.
And that is not in the public. You're giving a public number, and we need to have authorization for a public number in the public. What is the source of the number?
Okay. Ashley, what do you have your hand up?
If we can go to executive session and talk about this, or we can just put it on, say thank you to Sean, and we just table this and come back to it. I think instead of getting all into it, I think we should maybe take bids for the old city hall. I wish with the bond money that we got for 2017, we would have made a pretty profit. We would have bought the new city hall and sold it for the price that it was offered at, but we can't go into it. Can we just? Yes, ma'am.
Ashley, we have to do these kinds of things in closed session.
Okay, yeah. Can we just move to this to closed session or move on from it?
And
What's
the justification for getting these numbers in closed session? Because, I mean, Carvin, does this fall under one of the 17 categories?
No, actually, it does not. Just discussing contractors is something that's required to be discussed in open session.
These are not contractors per se. Their background is contracting. They have been generous enough to give a ballpark figure, not in knowing they may or may not, if this goes forward, get to bid on the program, but been very careful that, we didn't taint their, what they're coming in with and what they're doing. And I think y'all need to hear this, need to hear the dollar value. And Carvin, I don't know if I can offer it and not offer the contractors because, it's pie in the sky, but it's certainly, I had 3 different contractors, unbeknownst to the others, just do an informal ballpark guess. They were all within the same category, and they were nowhere near the 900,000 prices. So
I have a question. Were any of these people structural engineers?
No, I'm saying that I don't know that. They well may be. They are existing contractors that do this work for a business. And
according to ordinance, according to ordinance, in order to take any kind of action on our buildings, they have to have a true inspection. And Sean mentioned that. There has to be a true inspection so that we know all of the things that are wrong, all of them, including what's on the outside of the building. And then we have to have a plan drawn up before we can let any bids.
Well, I know that, and that's where we're saying we're starting this with y'all, with this council's approval. We can get plans, we can go out for bids, and I don't want to go out for bids and I say, oh, Susie over here bid $200,000. To me, that messes with the bond or the bidding process. So can we tell you guys what we looked at, what was, it was ADA was high on it. The cement work in the front of the building that needs to be worked was on there. The leaking back wall was on there, plus all the internal things. Everything would be brought up to ADA, of course, the electrical, air conditioning, the whole kit and caboodle. But what I think I'm hearing is that we can't do that because we need to spend $900,000 as opposed to $250,000. What is wrong with our process?
Well, I believe the process is trying to follow something that's been done for 30 years, and it's time to start doing it the right way and follow our ordinances. Start following the oaths that we took.
Yeah, and I took the same oath. Josh is waving at me.
Thank you. So you're kind of going back and forth, Mayor. You said that they're not contractors, that they were
No, they are
individuals with.
contractors, but they have not, may or may not bid on the work. I just wanted to say, are we crazy or not, you know?
Well, let me go back, please. What I heard you say when Sam had mentioned something is that you can't put them out publicly because they weren't contractors, they were individuals with contracting backgrounds. But now you're saying they are contractors?
They are contractors that
Are they
were
licensed
generous.
contractors with structural engineering licenses like
I
Elaine was
purposely
pointing
didn't
to?
get into all that. Some of them may be, some may not. And I truly don't know the answer, Josh. This is just the first step. And I've had a lot of people tell me through the years, there's no way that that's going to cost $900,000 to do X. And sure enough, if these guys, and they seem to know what they were doing, Josh, and certainly at some point you'd have the opportunity to meet with them. They know what they're doing. I'm sorry, I got Ashley. Did you have something? Ashley?
I'll let Josh. Josh, would you like to say
I'm
something?
sorry, I thought Josh was
Oh,
through.
Josh, yeah.
Thank you.
No, he raised his hand.
So did you, I'm just trying to understand where, did you just take this onto yourself to bring these people in or to look at it? Or were you talking to them on behalf of the city saying, please come look at city property? How did that whole thing go around with you getting different contractors out there?
Basically, it's because what I have been told with the city, our priority is to get a home for our employees. And this was step one that I would be, and I told all of these people that I would have to take this to the council. We were just starting a starting place, and that none of them would have any additional information the others did not have. You know, if one of them said, I want to paint it red, I didn't tell the next contractor that. It's a starting place. And again, we'd have to have the certifications, but I think you'll be pleased at what showed up. Ashley, what did you?
So I wasn't done yet. I had a few questions.
I'm sorry.
So we had already tasked Cynthia and Sean with going out and inspecting all these buildings and bringing this back. But so you went and kind of went around them, Mayor?
No, I did not. I went to the old city hall itself and went in there one by one with what I'm calling contractors. I don't know what their certifications are because I was just looking, are we on the right track? And I didn't tell them this, but my personal thing to spend, is it going to cost $900,000? Because I'll be very honest, Josh, before I ran for office, I had 3 people, and I didn't go in there then or not, tell me, oh, you know, this again is, everything's gone up. You know, I realize that. But a few years ago, $100,000, that old building could be brought back to life. And I'm
my question is, if the direction of the council was to have our public works director and Cynthia come up with all this information, why did you go and do a side project with your own people instead of waiting for this information from our city employees?
I didn't know what level they were doing with their facilities. I didn't know if they were going with engineering, architects, or who. And to be honest, the $900,000 that came up for the old city hall is a tremendous amount different than the ballpark estimates. Certainly it wasn't, you know, they didn't go in with tape measures and stuff.
So I guess what I'm saying is we're stepping on Sean and Cynthia's feet by the council instructed them or had them do something.
And that was
then
the
now you're
previous,
coming, and now
that
you're
was the
coming back
previous
with different
council.
numbers from different people though.
Well, but Josh, do we not want the best for our money? I've got
No,
people
we
over
do,
here.
but I think if the council instructs our city employees to do something, we need to give them that opportunity to do that job and bring that information back instead of doing side quests and getting different information. Because now it seems like you're undermining our public works director and our
No,
city
I
administrator.
don't think so. And I think he'd be more than welcome to see what I've got. I just don't think it's right, and I may be wrong, to put dollar value out that I have been quoted as a ballpark figure. Now, in executive session, sure, because that stays there. But, you know, there may be 10 contractors listening to us that are sharpening their pencil, and I don't want them to know where it needs to stop. Okay, Elaine, I think Ashley was there first, and then I'll get you.
I think to Josh, I think it's just trying to get as much information for the building, I think is what I'm hearing from Joanne. I think if we get as many numbers and maybe take bids, and to find out who, I mean, we all agree that the buildings need to be remodeled, but I'm sorry. But I'm all for like seeing who else is out there. What can we walk through to see what can be done to if it's the old city hall. I'll come back. Go to Elaine.
Elaine?
Okay, I have two points to make. One is that we could take 100 people through there that are in the building business or whatever, and they could all have different numbers. These numbers that were put together using $275 a square foot is nothing more than, here's a number. And Joanne, what you've gotten from these guys are nothing but a number. They are not bids.
And
it
I know
doesn't
that.
matter.
Yes, I didn't want bids. I wasn't authorized to do that.
Please, just a moment. So the difference here is, it doesn't matter what those guys said. It doesn't matter what the 275 is. What matters is we have to get the proper people in there to look at it, who can tell us everything that's wrong with it.
And we've
then we
done
have
that
to come up
evidently
with
with
a
Sean.
plan. And so what really matters is the bid that we get from the bidders who are contractors. Those numbers really matter because we really don't know when it's all kind of a little bit subjective. And so the numbers that Joanne has gotten, I hope they're good. I hope they're wonderful. I hope that $900,000 or whatever is out of line. But we really won't know until we take the steps that our ordinances require, and that is to have a professional who is not going to bid on it, that's a structural engineer, look at it, make the list of things that have to be done, then develop a plan that we can let a bid out for, and that's when it gets competitive, and that's the numbers that matter.
And that's where we started from, Elaine, because I was told early on that the biggest priority is to find a home for our administrative employees.
And that was my second point. And
yeah.
so that was my second point, is that I did a spreadsheet. You would know that I did. That's just me. And so we have to look at what are our immediate needs, and then what are our long-term needs. We may decide that.
I said it just for your information. Let's look at 9 office spaces. Right now we have what, 5 or so up in the Lease City Hall. So if we go we should allow for some growth.
So So maybe we say at our workshop, which we're going to have, maybe that's the point that we set our priorities and say, let's look at option number 1, extend the lease for another 2 years. I mean, that may give us some room. Then if that's not enough space, then what is the most reasonable way for us to have some additional space? And so that's what will take place at the workshop.
Right. And
So
I'm sorry, I think this will more than double the space in the current lease building.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Okay.
Was this Sean?
Yes, and
Okay.
I hope I don't say anything wrong.
Hey, this is among friends.
Okay. When we go out and get individual pricing or bids, and we don't set specific spec, we do not, I cannot go and support a number without, if I know that concrete's at 3,500 PSI or 4,000 PSI, or we're using a certain wire, or we're using whatever. So I strongly suggest that, we can use numbers as a measuring stick, but we need to have a spec, a plan, a design that we can send out to everybody when we open for bids to equally bid on that project.
And Sean, I certainly realize that, and my background is federal contracting. You have to be specific. What I had in the back of my mind, we've got 5 people, Cynthia, and 4 employees. To start with, what do they need in the way of all, sketch it out on the thing. Council could put in place too. And then we get and I don't know what they're called, but a designer to come up with plans. We want it to have 2 of these and 6 of those, and 2 restrooms and a lunch room or a snack room. We don't want crystal chandeliers and granite. We just want basic stuff. And then go, this is my vision, and then go get the plans drawn up and have, like you're calling a structural engineer or whatever that comes, and have the scoring, and certainly you'd be involved in this. How many points do you get this as opposed to that? It's complicated, and I realize that, but I think we need a starting point. I am tired of people saying, Joanne, they're spending too much money. I am now part of they, and I don't want to be accused of spending too much money. But like Elaine says, and Ashley, we don't want our people working in bad conditions either. But we've got to do something. Now, the grant that Josh mentioned, it has nothing to do with the city hall. We'd have to either, well, I don't think we can do that, but in management, basically, you need money. You make sure you're paying the employees and you don't have more than you need, or you sell something to give you that money. Well, we have some real estate that might fall in that category. But again, it's going to take a village to put it together. Does that kind of tell you where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I just want I'm always leery about somebody just coming in here and give me a price without comparing apples to apples. That's all. I mean,
we got to line out those apples.
Yes,
what it is
as long as and 2, before we go, like I said, we need to have a floor plan architect, a designer, because again, when we do this, we have to project this is going to be out for 15 years, as much as it's going to cost, 15 to 20 years, because we want to make sure that we use our tax dollars wisely and make sure it will last for quite a while.
Well, and kind of what I thought on the office space, and more than I do, Sean, I've seen where, I don't know, a piece of paper I have floating somewhere here where they estimated for the next 5 years, they might only need one more person in our city offices. Well, I've added several more because I think we need space for at least 9 people on the thing, because that would give us room to grow. And if we got to the point that we didn't fit anymore, we would have a facility to sell, and we'd have, equity there that we could pull in and maybe sell the building and go forward. In the interim, I know one of the things going on is we need a better downtown district. This would keep the Rome City Hall in the downtown district, and the historical plaques and the big old vault that's in there, a lot of things. So this is, I think this is just basic information, maybe something the council does not want to do anything with, but I think we need to look at it.
What? What did she just say?
Yes,
You're keeping
yes, ma'am.
City Hall in the downtown district?
Yeah.
I don't believe that's actually a legal term for our city.
Well, it's a term for our conversation here, Sam. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I do. I do. So did you.
Okay. It was my understanding, the quote, if it had been called a downtown district, it would have come down First Street toward the churches. The city hall, of course, falls in there. Yes, Ashley?
Go ahead and finish what your sentence and then I'll
Well,
interject.
that's basically it, yeah.
So we can move on. It's getting late. And, can
Yeah.
we table this or and then do a workshop like you were saying? I mean, I'm excited that whatever we're gonna do, but let's just move on and let's get our employees a better work environment, and so we don't let them down, and then our citizens as well, and keeping them involved with everything. So can we table this and do a whole workshop and then have citizens input as well? So this late.
Carmen, are we okay to table it?
Yes, you can table it.
Real quick.
If you're going to do that, it does take a motion to table something, but.
Okay, Ashley, do you have a motion to table it?
Wait,
Josh wants to speak
I want
first.
to say something before you do. Yeah, so what is the takeaway from this agenda item tonight? That we're just having a workshop on this? Because I'm kind of with Sam, our lease is up at City Hall in less than a year. And I think we need to take immediate actions into making sure that we have a place for them. And if we're waiting for a workshop and all that, I think we're still delaying time. But if the takeaway tonight for this item is to do a workshop, then that's just, I want to make sure that's the understanding. That's the next step on this process.
And I think it needs to be a very quick workshop. Yes, Ashley. Well, wait, Elaine's waving at me. I don't know who waved first. Let's go with Elaine.
go with Elaine.
Yeah, on the workshop, I think it's critical that we put that together, and I will get with Cynthia and Shannon. Tomorrow's Friday, in the morning, and look at the calendar, and then we'll send out emails to try to find a date that'll work for everybody. We'll talk about that, and I think that everybody should be brainstorming, just like Joanne has done, on what some of our options might be. You would know that I have a list over here of how to still maybe be able to preserve some of these buildings. And but let's don't discuss that tonight. I'm just saying, in the meantime, I'll try to put it together as fast as I can. We'll look for a common date where we can really focus on what our options are and what actions we need to take, and we need to do it quickly. And so I think that'll be our priority. At the same time, we can look at some long-term things as well. And I think that we've got some really hard lessons that we've looked at and learned from, and also some good things too. So, but I will try to make it as quickly as I can. And Shannon and Cynthia, just so you know I'll be bothering you first thing tomorrow.
Okay, Ashley, were you going to make a motion that we table this, or?
Thank you, Elaine, for working on this and getting it done as quickly as possible. Yes, I make a motion that we table it and then come back to it as soon as possible.
Okay,
I'm
do
sorry.
I have,
We
Sorry.
need to, which item are we tabling? Are we tabling item number M? I mean,
N
letter,
is in Nancy.
are we which, you need to clarify which item you're tabling, M or N?
N is in Nancy.
We missed M. I thought it was M.
No, we are currently on agenda item M, as in Mary.
I thought y'all finished that discussion after you
No,
went through.
so I make a motion on item M that we table it to a workshop as soon as possible that we can get everything together. So item M.
M and N. Okay, we do one at a time, but
One
M
at a
is in Mary.
Ashley, may I suggest on your motion that workshop be at our special meeting on 1/20? Because you say as soon as possible, that's next week. Let's have it next week.
Let's go back into, again, if Elaine seems like she's running this show, like putting it all together, if we can. Come on, Elaine, I'm putting it on you. So she's getting it all together. So if Elaine, do you think we could have it for the special meeting, or do we need to put it to another one, to into February, like the February the 5th?
It works for me.
All right, Elaine said yes. So yes, Sam, I think so. Let's table it to our special meeting and we'll go from there. And I see Josh is seconding me.
So, hey, we've got a motion and a second that we table item M until January 20th special meeting. Okay, shall we go, any more discussion? Okay, shall we go to a vote then? Okay, Josh,
Aye.
Elaine,
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
and Ashley.
Aye.
Okay, motion passed. We'll all meet when we get an email that says what time for January the 20th.
Ma'am, it will be 6:30, our regular scheduled start time.
Okay, so mark 6:30 on your calendar.
Just for
Okay,
legal
now,
clarification too, there's no legal distinction between a work session and a special meeting or a regular meeting. It requires 72 hours notice. It will require posting of an agenda, and the public will be allowed to attend.
Okay, do we have, Shannon, is that something you can handle time-wise?
Yes, ma'am. I was already working on the posting the special agenda for tomorrow. I'm just adding a couple items to it.
Okay, and then let's move to N. We may want to combine N and M because they're along the same lines, trying to get us places for our people to work. Ashley?
I make a motion that we move item N, it's Nancy, to the special meeting.
Okay, and do I hear a second? Elaine is seconding it. Okay, we shall now vote. There's no more discussion with anyone. Okay, Josh,
Aye.
Elaine,
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
and Ashley.
Aye.
The motion carries. We will have section M and N both in a workshop beginning for January 20th. Okay, now we're going to move on. Would you believe it's only 10:11? So we're looking at item O, discussion and any necessary action authorizing the city administrator to execute a professional service agreement with a CPA to review the city's 2021 and 2022 annual budget. Cynthia, you want to take that one?
Sure. Well, as you all know, you directed me to bring this back to the agenda. I have contacted a few CPAs that have been recommended by people in the field, meaning other city managers and some other CPAs. And not to bore you with the details, if you want to ask questions, so I'll just boil it down. We do have a professional services agreement ready to go with a CPA, Cheryl Davenport. She is a former finance director for the city of Pilot Point. She's retired, and she is doing consulting work for several cities, including cities like Boyd, Argyle, and Pilot Point continuing, and others. So that would be my recommendation. We do have the professional services agreement ready to go. Carvin has reviewed it. So I would just need council's authority to go ahead and execute that. Keep in mind, this is just, we have $1,000 budgeted for this. And so she is a licensed CPA. She charges $100 an hour, so that means we'll get 10 hours of work out of her, 10 hours of review out of her. Which I think what council was wanting, as I understand.
Right. And how many CPAs did you talk to?
About 3. Part of the problem is there are CPAs that are licensed CPAs. There are CPAs that are not only licensed CPAs, but they also have a firm license. And I talked to several other of those, but most of those are not interested in this work. And not only that, they would charge along the line of $250 an hour. So really looking for somebody who really had the municipal background and was a licensed CPA, but did not have a firm license, so that we can get them for, more along the line of $100 an hour.
100 an hour or 10?
It was $100 an hour.
100.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I think a while ago you had a bargain going.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that would have been a bargain. Cynthia, thank you so much. I make a motion we accept you to, go into hiring or going into an agreement with the CPA with the lady that's already knowledgeable with other cities and stuff. So I make a motion that let you handle it.
Do I hear a second? Elaine seconded. Here we go to vote. Josh?
Aye.
Elaine?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
And Ashley?
Aye.
Motion carried. Go for it, Cynthia. And we would probably table some more of these. It's getting late, but coming up next is P as in Paul, discussion and any necessary action regarding the ratification of the mayor's authorization to enter into a request for proposals for grant. And I met with Cynthia, and we met with the grant writer. Elaine came along for the ride. She was most helpful. What we've got a possibility for, and we don't have certainly any guarantee, but we can put in for a block grant. And it seems that the money, that the median income doesn't make a difference as much as what we want it for. The grant has various levels. The one that you get the most for your buck is water, the water system, and working, with infrastructure. So we put that in. And the reason we went ahead with this before the council meeting are there certain deadlines that waiting until this council meeting would not work. Certain, and Cynthia, you can fill this in, but Cynthia's get the heavy part of this thing. She's got the heavy lifting. she has certain dates that certain things have to happen, and certain things can't happen, like a public meeting, until so many hours or days after something else. It's complicated. And the way I entered into it, and with these people supporting me, is that I can cancel if y'all don't want to apply for the grant. But the grant costs nothing to apply for. And if we should be fortunate enough to get it, it's $350,000. 10% would go to the grant writer, which we've also got to select a grant writer here in the next few days or hours. And then they'll put in for it. There is no cost to the city when they put in for it. If we should get the grant, then halfway through, we will have to pay half of 10%. In other words, $3,500 divided by 2 is 17 watt. That would have to be paid, but probably it won't be for in this next budget cycle. It would probably be in the future one. The balance, if you will, has to be paid upon completion. So we're kind of looking at 2 or 3 years. But if we could get $350,000, it would certainly be worth it. And the grant writer, more or less for his 10%, he takes care of most of the paperwork. So that's why we chose to go ahead and go forward with it and ask for y'all to bless it. Cynthia, did I leave out anything?
Well, I would just clarify that this is what we're doing right now is we are doing an RFP for a grant administrative services. So for a grant writer. And what the idea is that we're very competitive, or we're competitive for these grants. Some of the deadlines that we have to meet or are conducting a public hearing by the end of January. And this is if we want to get an extra 10 or 15 points by the Texas Department of Agriculture. And so that public hearing has to be done by the end of January. So that's why if we do this RFP, which is for the grant writer services, get a grant writer on board, we still would have to do an RFP for engineering, going on forward on that. But that's to get into the application process for these community development block grants. And what also rates high is that we have all these plans that the council has already generated with our water plan, our wastewater plan, our master thoroughfare plan, and the highest category is water, wastewater, roads, bridge, and drainage. And so we're very well positioned to be able to potentially get some of those grants. And the beauty of it is you all, through your foresight, are already prepared because you've got those plans in place. We know what projects we need money for. So this is only for grant services administration is what this RFP is for.
Okay, Sam, you've got a question?
Yes, thank you, Joanne. It's a multi-part question. First of all, the idea of applying for this grant, I have no objections to that per se. My objection is on a couple of sides. I don't recall anywhere in the budget that we had budgeted items for the preparation of an RFP. I also don't recall our authorizing going out and pursuing this grant. This gives me the flavor of a long time ago, this city used to do things from the hip, and they didn't do it with proper authorization and proper planning. And I think we need to make sure that we start following the process and start following procedures.
I would not have stuck my name out had I not known that we could not meet the various and sundry dates that things had to happen. And if you guys don't want us to put in for a grant, all you have to do is tell us, and we'll, Cynthia will just reverse what she was putting together. We'll tell the grant company, but there's no cost in the budget. We probably will not see a cost until the 22-23 budget. And it will be a nominal cost, but it will be in that budget. Does
So I
that
might
make
have an
sense?
opportunity to have your say since you interrupted me. As I said, I'm not against doing this and pursuing this grant. What I'm against is we need to follow procedure. You should not have gone out pursuing a grant without
I did
authorization.
not. Did
Well,
not.
then how did this happen? Did somebody just knock on your door?
Basically, Sam, that's kind of what happened. I had started, and I started with the city of New York because I know they have been successful in the past in obtaining grants. I called on a Friday afternoon. I said, could you tell me who does your grants? And it appeared to be a young lady, very cordial, but she didn't know. But I said, just somebody call me back with the telephone number. Well, the grant writer called me back Monday morning. And again, like you know, Sam, he's a salesperson, but Cynthia and I got together and there was no way we could not start this whatever date we did and meet the deadlines that come along. In other words, we would either lose the grant or we could try for it. And of course, part of their sales term is you don't ever get a grant if you don't apply for it. Elaine had been through a lot of this. She thought it sounded decent also. Now, we're not trying to go around the council, and if y'all decide I did or you shouldn't have, I can pull it back. So that's where we are.
Well, at the moment, it's not going to cost us anything to go ahead and look at the bids. That doesn't cost us a cent. Okay? But I do want to stress we need to start following process and procedure and stop shooting from the hip. So
I'm not shooting from the hip, man. Elaine has been looking at grants for how long for you guys? We included Elaine in that meeting. Of course, Cynthia is the one getting the worst of it because she's going to meet various and sundry deadlines. So I need y'all either to make a motion to okay, go ahead with the grant or to pull it. So, and Ashley, you just went blank. She had her hand up. Are you still with us?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
Ashley. Okay.
I say kudos to you and Elaine and Cynthia on trying to speak to a grant writer and trying to be proactive so it doesn't push it off until another month. I mean, Sam, you're worried about the budget now, but I mean, as what the auditor just said, our budget was out of whack pretty much. So I'm with them, and kudos to y'all working and being proactive on this matter. And so if we can get a grant writer to help us out, then let's be it. So we've needed it since forever, but go ahead, Elaine.
Well, I believe that it was one of those misunderstandings that the grant writer even called in the first place. What Joanne was expecting was somebody from Newark to call her and share with her what experience they had had with grant writing. We were very careful when we visited with this gentleman that we were not interviewing him for him to do the work. We wanted to try to understand how it is that grant writing companies assist municipalities with those efforts. And so it was basically a 101 how municipalities can use grant writing companies, basically. And of course, the deal is that writing grants is very complicated, and they have lots of experience doing it. And I learned some things because my background in writing has been mostly community and has been mostly educational. And so, and he was clear that he could not talk to us about certain things. He wasn't going to solicit business from us because he could not. He was very clear on quoting municipal rules and regulations, that stipulations that he had to stay clear of, and state laws and this and that. He seemed to be very careful about providing us anything but general information. He did say that there is this block grant that is coming up. You might be eligible for it. You might want to look at it. If you do want to look at it, you need to look at the deadlines that are in front of you. And of course, my personal take on this kind of opportunity is that that's one of the things that we need growth in, as far as looking at opportunities for funding. It takes experience in dealing with grants. Grant writing companies in general they're cut for writing the grant. They also administer the grant. And so we're not having to burden so much of the city staff then with trying to keep up with all the details and the bookkeeping and all of the reports and all the things that go along with administration. So I don't feel like that it was anything that Joanne solicited. I think it's something that happened. We got a broad overview on how that could be beneficial to look at RFPs for the benefit of the city. If we apply for the grant and move forward, there's a chance that we might get some money that could help us with our wastewater efforts, and expanding those facilities and upgrading those facilities. We certainly have the needs in the infrastructure category. If we were not awarded the grant, then certainly it's an opportunity for us to learn how that process works and how we can benefit from it. And we ought to get into the swing of things, of looking at and applying for as many things as we can afford. I just want to be clear, the 10% that we have, if it's a $350,000 award, which is the maximum, our obligation would be $35,000, not $3,500. And so that 10%, as Cynthia has already pointed out, would be paid much later, halfway through, at the end, and so we would have time to put that amount of money in future budgets. It will not affect the current budget. It can't affect the current budget because they wouldn't even make public the awards that would be coming up until probably early fall. So we just have to decide, do we want to give it a try and see what happens and learn from it? The only cost to the city is the newspaper ads to solicit RFP response. The rest of that, there is no money that if we award it, if we go after the grant, then the company, the RFP recipients would then would assume those costs. So that's it.
Yes, Ashley.
I don't know if y'all are reading at the top that if Cynthia doesn't come back and rejoin, the meeting will end in 5 minutes. So I don't know if we lost her.
Okay.
But can we just make an motion? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. This meeting is scheduled till 12:30. I don't see where you're seeing.
On the top of my screen, it says the organizer experiencing technical difficulties. Unless the organizer rejoins, the meeting will end in 5 minutes.
Oh.
So if she's back, are we okay?
Oh, she's calling. Hold on.
Okay. But I was just trying to see if we could make a motion. Council, can we make a motion to accept, what is it, for Cynthia?
Application.
For application and Cynthia to take this over so we can get the ball rolling and get grants. And I even asked way back when we did the comprehensive study plan, that I even asked the professor with UTA if he would even help us. So this has been in the process. So I think if we get somebody in immediately to help, then let's be it. So can I make a motion or authorizing the request for proposals for services? So can we move forward at this one?
Do I have a second?
As long as that
I
doesn't
have
cost
a
us,
motion. I didn't hear you, Sam.
I said, as long as that doesn't cost us anything, and did you already put the notice in the paper for the RFPs?
Cynthia is working on, there's certain dates, and I know
We,
she's, Shannon, do you know if it went in or not?
there's nothing in the paper yet. The paper notification is for the public hearing that we would have on the 28th. So that's why we're having the special meeting on Wednesday, so that we can do that, because the deadline to get it published in time frame would be Thursday morning at 10. So we have to make the decision at the next meeting. And then all we have to publish is the notice of the public hearing for the 28th.
Okay, so, okay, we have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I already gave you a second. You can have another second.
Okay, so Sam is seconded. Sam, I have trouble hearing you. Okay, so we're going to a vote. Josh?
Aye.
Elaine?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
And Ashley?
Aye. And Cynthia, you're back. It's good to see you.
Oh my gosh. Technology
So
is a blessing and a curse.
The motion passes. So are we okay time-wise, Cynthia, to keep going? I mean, we're not about to fall off.
Yes, I mean, that might be part of the problem is I mean, I usually allow, overtime, but we're on.
I have scheduled it till 12:30.
Okay,
Oh, well,
4:30.
hey, we're going to go home before then on this thing. Okay,
Well, no, I
so
just gave it
I
6 hours.
suggest we take a 5-minute bio break.
if you promise to come back,
I will come back.
okay. Does
we
anybody
do
else, let's do 5 minutes and come back and then hurry. Okay, I'll be back. I think I'll go with Sam.
Shannon, this is Carvin. Do you have a contingency plan if we were to lose service? Basically, the way the waivers are written right now is if we lost service, we could basically recess the meeting until we got, everybody back online. You
We
don't
would have to do, I don't know if we could use the same link or if we'd have to send a new one out to them. But I specifically scheduled this and the executive session not to end before 12:30.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, basically, right now I'm the host. Okay, so if I lost connectivity, so if I sign out, Shannon, the contingency is you can sign in. I believe you know my credentials.
Yes.
Right, so you take over then as the host.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Well, and you might even consider having that second email ready, just in worst case scenario, if we lost the first meeting and we could repost it immediately and everybody had the second call-in number, you could immediately get back the meeting going again to finish out the night's meeting.
It would be the same call-in number, Carvin. It'd be the same meeting. It's just who is signed in to host it.
Okay. What we might want to do is just maybe give out a instruction email or something to everybody, the council members, so that they know that if that were to happen next time, that they just wait, give it 5 minutes and call back in, and we should be able to get everybody back online.
Okay, we can do that.
Do we have everybody back now? I see Elaine, Ashley, Sam, and Josh Carvin's there. So we will start the meeting at this time. It's 10:39 p.m. We're all back ready to go. So Shannon, am I correct that we are under
You're on
Q. Q is in
which
Queen. Q is in Queen.
Okay. We're under line Q, discussion and any necessary action regarding ordinances for code compliance, nuisances, and substandard buildings. Ashley, this be you.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to just table this to the next meeting. It's getting late, so I make a motion, we just table it and I'll discuss it then.
Okay. The 21st, I'm sorry, the 20th or the 28th?
28th.
28th?
Yeah, the other is more of a workshop.
Yes, we can do the 28th. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do we have a motion that we table it?
Yes, Ashley just made that. We need a second.
Okay, so do we have a second to table this?
Councilmember McKay.
Josh is giving me, and Elaine also. Either or, Shannon, they were tied coming in. So we will call. Okay, we'll call for a vote. Josh? Elaine?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
And Ashley?
Aye.
So we will take this up again on January the 28th meeting. And we have one more thing to deal with. And Sam, I think this was your discussion and any necessary action regarding police department future planning and community policing expectations.
Yeah, I had a meeting with Chief Love and with Cynthia, and I just wanted to make sure that I got the council involved, okay, so that they understood what the meeting was about. I spoke with Chief Love, and Chief, if you want to go into more details, I can, but I believe the bottom line was that Chief Love's going to come up with some options for how we can address some issues like the perception of the speeding on School Road, the U-turns in front of Dollar General, the traffic there at by the Big Z, that backs up onto 287. And he's going to come up with some options of what it would take to fix those, address those issues. And I just wanted to make sure that the council was informed as to this meeting. And Chief, if you remember things any differently, please. I just tried to summarize very, very quickly. Okay.
I think that summarizes it well. I think that's what we discussed and what we agreed on. And Sergeant Brown and I both have been kicking plans around to see what might work, and we'll put some proposals together.
Do we want to set this for the January 28th meeting? Chief, is that doable to you, or is it too soon?
No, that'll be fine.
Okay. Ashley?
Thank you, Chief Love. And Sam, I wish you would have not undermined Mayor to have her involved with the meeting. But going back at you, I think that is wonderful. I've complained about the U-turn on Dollar General. I've almost been hit a few times there. So thank you for doing this. So yeah, Sam, thanks for putting it together, but not undermining the mayor.
Well, and Sam, Chief Love and Sam, Chief Love and I have talked about this prior to me being on the council meeting as mayor, relative, would a bigger sign work, would flashing lights work? I mean, it's not a new issue. We all, and like Ashley says, she's had her life in her hands with that U-turn section there. So Chief, if you can come up with wonderful ideas, we'd be for it.
Well, we'll do our best. I don't know. We won't know how wonderful they are unless we get to implement them and see how they work.
Okay.
As I told Chief Love the other day, everything costs money. It's just that I keep hearing our citizens, they complain about these issues and they say, what's going to be done? What's the plan? Okay. And so far we don't have a plan. Okay. I'm just saying that, okay. And this is an option that we have. And if it ends up, if Chief Love comes back and he says, you know what, in order to solve all these issues, it's going to cost $500,000, another $500,000 a year. Well, it's at least a plan. We've got some place to start. Okay. But if we don't have a place to start, then we're not getting started.
Okay, Sam, do you agree with us moving this or tabling it, if that's a good term, to the 28th?
I don't think we need to table anything. We've addressed the issue itself. Are you asking that Chief Love have his action item completed by the 28th?
Right. So is that agreeable to you?
I wasn't going to put a deadline on Chief Love. I was just going to let him when he's ready.
That's fine. We'll have it done by then. No problem.
Okay. So Sam, you want to accept that or make a motion that we go that direction?
I don't believe we need a motion at all. Do we, Carvin?
No, we're just providing direction to Cynthia and the staff to have that completed. So I think we're good.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, now we're moving on. Now, Sam, you had something we moved to executive session. Cynthia, I have a problem with the executive session. I don't have a phone number to call back in on an executive session, or I'm just missing.
You got an email today around 11 a.m. with the links, and you got an email on Monday evening with the link.
Okay, well, I didn't see either one of them. So what is the number we call back in on?
It's the same information that you get. You get a link and a phone number. So scroll down in your email and it's going to be under your regular link.
So you can't just give it because there'd be too many people patching in, or what? Hang on. I'm not super great with this.
It's for these sessions, so.
Okay, do we want everybody to not end, but to disrupt this section while we go to executive session? I think I have the number here, just a second.
Yep.
Okay, I do. I'm just now seeing, so I can dial in.
So what we're gonna do on this one, we're gonna leave this meeting open, but everybody's gonna mute, turn off their camera. And then we go into executive session and then we'll come back to this session. Now, if you
So
guys.
you have to leave this meeting.
Yes.
Okay, how do I cut my camera off?
Well, you could just sign out. Just sign out and sign.
Okay,
The top right X.
okay, then call back in.
Yes,
So do I
ma'am. Just
want to
click on that.
leave the meeting or say no?
Yes, you want to leave.
Okay.
We have to stand for something. But we're at odds with Leva. I'm good with that friendship.
Shannon, I do have a letter for the council members for executive session.
Thank you.
Whether I send it to you tonight is not likely.
Have we set a new record for longest meeting?
No, not the longest.
No, definitely not.
You've had longer meetings here at Rome?
I've had a 16, well, not in Rome, but I've had a 16-hour budget workshop.
Excellent. We can beat that.
I have to question the validity of decisions after that long. Or
Yeah,
the wisdom, maybe.
I'm way
That's why
too
it's a
I'm way too
workshop.
naturally competitive, Carvin. I'd want to beat that.
Okay. All right.
Also had regular council meetings go till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, we're going to hurry. We're ready to go back to regular meeting. It is now 11:43 p.m. on January the 14th, 2021. We have one action to take as a result of the executive session, and that is to vote on accepting the minutes as written for November the 12th and December, what was the December meeting, Shannon?
Okay, now I've lost my place in the agenda.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Okay, it was November 12th, 2020 and December 10th, 2020 minutes.
Okay, do I hear a motion to accept those minutes?
I'll make the motion.
Elaine is making a motion to accept them. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Josh seconded, and now we go to a vote if nobody has any more discussion. Okay, Josh,
Aye.
Elaine,
Aye.
Sam,
Aye.
and Ashley. Did we lose Ashley when we came back?
We have 3. It passes.
Okay, we have 3 people that voted for it, Josh, Elaine, and Sam. So we have a majority. The motion has passed. And we will go forward, and those minutes are approved. Okay, now we're ready for future agenda items.
I have one.
Okay.
I had one of my neighbors contact me, a disabled vet, and it was a few years ago that we had set a tax rate freeze for over 65 and for disabled vets. And this disabled vet did not get a tax rate freeze from the city. And they contacted the county, Wise County, and Wise County said they don't have any record of the city of Rome doing that. And I very clearly recall that being
We
back.
did do it, and we have sent it to the county, and it's not just a disabled vet, it's owners 65 or older or disabled.
No,
So
the 65 and older that they did acknowledge. The
yes,
county
well,
does
the
not acknowledge.
ordinance clearly states, we checked it today, we got that same call, and it does include disabled.
Well, my future agenda item is we need to address this with the county. Because this disabled vet has had their city tax rate go up.
Did their property value go up, or do you know?
No, the property value would be frozen. So what they need to have, there's paperwork that they need to file to take advantage of that.
Yes, it's not automatic.
Actually, it is automatic because I was
Guys,
given the over
I hate to,
65
let's,
by
it's
the,
just
by the county.
future agenda item.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly, Carmen. Thank you.
You can't discuss it, just what's the item and
Thank you,
we'll go
Carmen.
So we are to address Wise County records relative to our disabled taxes, our tax advantage for disabled.
Disabled vets.
Disabled vets.
Yes.
Okay.
And I would presume, Councilman Eason, that if staff can give you a report before the next meeting that addresses your question, that would probably be sufficient.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But we do need to make sure that all disabled vets that the county has, you know, given them that benefit.
Okay, that we can do. Okay, anything else for future agenda? Well, we could last till 12 more minutes, or we can adjourn if I have a motion to adjourn at 11:48.
You have a
Good
motion to
night.
adjourn.
And who's seconds? Okay, we got motion second, the whole thing. We're all gone till next week, the 20th. We'll see you all back.
Good night, guys.
Vote on this?
We are formally adjourned.
No,
Vote with your feet.
we haven't voted.
Gotta vote.
Well, they all voted. They've already all voted. Let's vote again. Who makes the motion to adjourn?
I
think
made the
Elaine
motion to
did.
adjourn.
Okay, second. Somebody second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. Josh, do you agree?
Aye.
Elaine?
Aye.
Sam?
Aye.
And Ashley, if she's still with us. She may have adjourned early. So the vote carried, we are now adjourned, and it's 11:49.
Good night, everybody.
Well done. Well done.
All right, take care. I'm
Bye-bye.
out of here.